Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Saco School Board meeting for Wednesday, June 10th, 2026 at 7 p.m. I'm happy and proud to see a lot of residents, educators, students here tonight with us, sharing some of their concerns. So first off, I would like to recognize that all school board members are with us this evening, including Superintendent Ray. And would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving on to item 3 of the agenda this evening is the approval of the school board meeting minutes dated May 27th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Mayor,
School Board Member Truman?
I move we approve the school board meeting minutes dated May 27th, 2026.
Motion has been made by School Board Member Truman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by School Board Member Roach. Any discussion? I'm sorry, School Board Member Richards?
Let's go, come on.
Any discussion or comments on the minutes? Okay, roll call vote. School Board Member Warnoff?
Yes.
School Board Member Preble?
Yes.
School Board Member Richards?
Yes.
School Board Member Roach?
Yes.
School Board Member Kidder?
Yes.
School Board Member Truman?
Yes.
And School Board Member Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to item number 4, that is adjustments to the agenda. Is there a motion to approve a change and addition of a workshop and presentation related to the TA school contract negotiation?
So moved.
Motion made by School Board Member Truman. Is there a second?
Second.
School Board Member Preble. Okay, I would like to now open up a workshop, which will include some information for everyone in attendance.
Mayor?
And at the end, I'm sorry?
Do we have to vote on that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
School Board Member Warnoff.
Yes.
School Board Member Preble.
Yes.
School Board Member Richards.
Yes.
School Board Member Roach.
Yes.
School Board Member Kidder.
Yes.
School Board Member Truman.
Yes.
And Johnston. Thank you. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. We're not used to doing this, so great. I appreciate that. So again, we are opening up a workshop where Superintendent Ray and the school board members will be able to issue some information. At the end of that, we will also be able to allow for question and answers from the audience. The difference between the end of this workshop is that this is an opportunity for you to ask questions. During public comment, there is no questions. It is comments to the school board. There is no dialogue back and forth. It is a comment stating your concerns, items of that nature. So if you have specific questions, this would be the time afterwards when I will address and call people up to the podium. All right, so that we have an understanding of the two separate items. Superintendent Ray.
All right, good evening, everybody. I think we felt this would be best so that people can ask questions, so that information is shared by both parties. We know that there has been several letters sent to both parties. We've all had a chance to read them. They're posted on Facebook, and we're clear that we know that everybody has Facebook. And so I want to talk about, first and foremost, where we are today. Where we are today is that there are two items that are still on the table: superintendent's agreements and length of contract. We have posted in the letter all of the items and all of the back and forth. I think we did what? I don't see Rainey, but I see Eric. 15 back and forth, Eric, probably? Yep. So 15 back and forth on those. And, you know, I met with Rainey, what, Thursday, Rainey, I think it was, or Friday, or Wednesday of last week. It all runs together in Rainey's office, and I think that we characterized it as, well, it was first and goal, I think, at that time, and we were ready to move forward. So all of the contracts, they're all there for people to read back and forth. We know that Saco doesn't operate a public high school. We tuition to TA, which is a unique one of what, I think 13 in the state of Maine that are independent schools that has a different relationship. There's $18 to $19 million that is sent to Thornton Academy each year from the Saco taxpayers, which covers tuition, IVF, special education costs, EL costs in a payment. Additionally, the district provides transportation and a few other things that are kind of on the side. In that last agreement, let's be clear, The commitment to send all students to TA was in that contract. Superintendent's agreements for probably 10 to 15 kids, if that many, is what's in question. Language around that and the state law. In the memo, we've talked about in contracts for any of those people who have been part of those, whether that's a contract like this, teacher negotiations, people come into it typically having some differences of what they're asking for. You don't usually get everything that you want. That's why it's called a negotiation. Certainly, as a person, I've lived in this community, I think 18 years now, there are some things that, as a public educator, that are very, very important to me. And there are things that are very, very important to the board. And there are things that are very, very important to students, the community, and TA. The thing that was very, very important to us as a school department, first and foremost, was free lunch for all students. All students in the state of Maine receive free lunch, period. We pay taxes for free lunch here in Saco, but yet our students didn't have access to that. That is a conversation that goes back prior to this this contract with Mr. Menard, Mr. Purvis. Mr. LaFortune was the board chair at that time, and we've, over probably 4 years, shared our passions around that. And I think we know that to be true. I've spent my entire life in schools and working on schools. And there is nothing, in my opinion, that has been the best state policy that has been put in as providing free lunch to kids. Kids know when they're paying and when they're not. And that was a staple in these negotiations. You can read the documents every single time. I think it took us 13 tries to get there. 13 tries, and we got there. And when we got to that point, the idea of choice moved away. Plain and simple. We also had conversations about all students and every student. And you might hear some people talk about their experience here tonight. I appreciate all of you that reached out to me today on one side of this coin or the other. I had some pretty emotional conversations with students today. And hearing some experiences that were great and some that may not have been. That is not a knock on anybody. I've run schools for a long time. Schools are tough places. Kids deal with a lot of different things nowadays. Schools have a lot of challenges that no matter what happens, I don't think we can solve them all. But what we can solve in this is the opportunity to make sure all kids in Saco are like the other kids in the state of Maine and receive a free lunch every single day, regardless of income. Whether you're making $20,000 or you're two teachers who are working in our schools making $160,000 combined, I know the cost of lunch probably runs you guys $1,300, $1,400 a year per kid. Which family can't use that right now? And I'm thankful to Rainey and Eric, who after much discussion, we got to that point. That takes a give and take by everybody. Through the contract negotiations, everybody probably wanted a little more or a little less money. That happens in contract negotiations. There were some things that came about. One of the things that we talked about very early in the contract, we talked about priorities. A priority for Thornton Academy was that tuition not be reduced for vocational students. Maine law allows for students who are going to an independent school and a vocational center to only pay, I think it says shall only pay, 2/3 tuition. So a kid from Dayton who goes to TA and goes to Biddeford Regional Center of Technology, they pay, the town of Dayton pays 2/3 of that tuition. Fact. Taxpayers save the rest. Saco School Committee recognized that commitment and how that would hurt Thornton Academy, guaranteed. About $550,000 a year. Guaranteed that. We also got to the point where people probably don't fully understand, and I'm not sure if I ever will, insured value factor. Okay? For the last several years, insured value factor, you take the tuition, you multiply it by a percentage, and you pay that much more. Okay? This happens for independent schools. At one point, I think someone said it was 10%, then legislature took it down to 5 or 6%. In the 10-year contract, the law was at 6%. We've been paying 7%. The law changed. 10% is where it's at. No fight. That's where we're at, 10%. While also guaranteeing that if it went down in the length of the contract, we'd stay at 10%. That's in the language. We also, in the language, realize that probably nothing in this world, or shouldn't anymore, has got to go up 3%. Now, tuition rates have gone up, I think on the last 6 or 7 years, about 6.5%, right in that range, every single year. In this contract, we guaranteed that it would never, if it was under 3%, we'd still pay the 3% over. Fact. And Thornton Academy got the right to determine their student body. That was important language to them. It's in there. Still there. On top of free lunch, we wanted clear access to student data. We want to know how our students are doing. SAT scores, attendance, like to know what teacher ratios are in classrooms, I don't know. Want to know if kids are going to school, if they're graduating on time. All things that I think as a public we should be able to know. At the same time, we want to know about student social stuffs. Each year, I suspect you guys up front took the survey from Maine Integrated Health Survey. I don't know if you guys took that. They didn't take it this year, take it last year. Talks about kids' habits. Talks about whether alcohol or drug use is a challenge. We all know that our students are dealing with vaping challenges. We know nationally that's a problem. I'm not saying it is here. Nationally it's a problem. Why wouldn't the community want to talk about those situations? All students here are going to, in the state of Maine, and I don't know what the philosophy is going to be yet, but we all know around the state of Maine, communities are talking about cell phones. They've got to be away next year. Maybe that's something we should talk about as a group. Opportunity for input. Wanting to know where students' data And then also having some people reach out to us with concerns to graduate early if they have the credits. Got a couple of calls about that one today. Not saying right or wrong, just saying this is the facts. And if you want to read through things, you can. So, in the negotiations of where we're at, I thank them for the movement on free lunch. Very, very important. All kids guaranteed our top priority, free lunch. Just like every kid in the state of Maine, if the program goes away, Thornton Academy doesn't have to do it. Clear information about how our students are doing. That's an easy one for us. And regular public meetings to talk about issues. All of that has been ironed out. 2 a year. We're going to get state assessment results broken down by Saco students so we can understand what we're doing. That's not about looking at the high school. It's about a pre-K through 12 system. Are kids transitioning well? Are we preparing? Let's have that conversation. Bring it together. About SATs, about graduation rates, dropout rates, post-secondary outcomes. Kids do great things. About CTE, vocational, workforce pathways. The Maine Integrated Health Survey. All of those things were part of that. And everybody in this room probably has seen my stuff before, and we all know that I love CTE education, vocational education. I think it's super important. We wanted to make sure that it was promoted just like everything else. There's 113 words in the program of studies, and we wanted to make sure that that was at least like a half page. It's important. 109 Saco students go to the vocational center. Okay? 109. And I'm so happy to say that one that lives in my household is one of them because it's great for him. And I can see some others because I see you around campus. That's important to me. And I know that that's important to our community because skilled labor, skilled trades, advanced pathways for kids is important. I know when we look at our nursing program, any kids here in the nursing program tonight? No? Every kid from Saco passed their test to receive their certification in the nursing program. That's great. We need more of that. Every kid. Where we differ on two things right now. Two. Number one, 5-year contract versus 3 years and an option for 2. So why might we have an option for 2? One, there's a lot of changes being made. And hopefully some really good conversation. Might want to continue that. Doesn't mean it has to end and we pick up in a couple of years. In case we haven't been watching nationally, there's a lot going on with education right now on a national level. If we look about 45 minutes to the south of us, there's something called educational savings accounts. Anyone familiar with or hearing about anyone in New Hampshire that has those? Educational savings accounts where you can pull your kid out of school and send them to any educational facility that you want, including homeschool, and receive the money. I suspect that if that happened in Maine, and let's knock on wood that it doesn't, that Saco taxpayers in Thornton Academy may want to have conversation if 10% of our families pulled out kids and was able to keep government money that was given to them for education. That'd probably be a bad day for us. Now, some people may disagree with our political belief on that, and maybe they might see that as a good thing. I personally don't. Okay? So that's number one. We're talking about 5 versus 3 plus 2. And then we're talking about superintendent agreements. All public schools deal with superintendent agreements. Parent asked to have their kid come in, go out, and that comes before the superintendent. And you have to make decisions as the superintendent of the schools of whether you're allowing a student to come in or go out. Those aren't always easy, because sometimes the stories or the facts are real. And it has an impact on families' lives, and it also has an impact on other students. So if I sat here as the superintendent and approved every superintendent agreement of every kid that wanted to go to Burns School, and we have classroom sizes of 21 or 22, and I allow 20 more kids in, I suspect there's going to be some families that are upset that those classrooms are now 24. Because we have 0 extra classrooms at Burns School. If you let all kids go, you lose state subsidy. If you accept them to come in, you have parents that are potentially upset. When I took the job in 2021, after COVID, I realized that the superintendent's office was taking superintendent agreements for Thornton Academy, not for, but for kids to go there, and paying the full tuition when we only received $4,000 from the state. Thankfully, Rainey and I were able to have a conversation and figure out what the state be, because I'm not sure the Saco taxpayers wanted to be paying for some kid that came in more money. Maybe you do. I felt that we shouldn't. So we're at a point where we're down to a couple of things. Went over and had a conversation with Rainey, because on the superintendent's agreements, we have 3 or 4 contracts that went back and forth. They said it was solely the decision of the superintendent. I was pretty sure that's not what their interpretation was. And that's why we tried to talk about it. We do have a disagreement on that one. I also had a great conversation with Rainey the other day on the phone and said, maybe there's a pathway forward. Maybe there's a way that if there's a situation where the superintendent and the headmaster disagree, there could be another way to solve that problem. People think that that's the DOE. What's interesting about our community 9 through 12 is that in a public school, if there's a disagreement with the superintendent's agreement, the parent has a right to petition the commissioner. If they disagree with the commissioner's decision, they go to the state board and that decision is final. In a community that does not have a public high school, the DOE does not have any say after the superintendent. We probably got to figure that piece out. You can all read what's online. You all have opinions. This is an opportunity for people to come to the microphone and ask us any questions. I'm sure that there will be different opinions on how things went down. But here's the facts, and hopefully we can figure out how to get it done.
Okay, thank you very much. Would like to give an opportunity for any school board members to comment. School Board Member Roach?
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Thornton Academy community. I just am so impressed. So this is great that we see empty seats here all the time. I'm talking all the time. And, I wish it was, hopefully the temperature is lower, lower than how maybe we came in here, but we're open for dialogue and debate. I just want to explain a little bit of the process too. This is not a school board necessarily negotiation. There's a negotiation team that, Jeremy, of course, is the superintendent. He's helping lead meetings and stuff, but it is a team decision. We have 3 school board members that are on the negotiating team. Can you just raise your hand? We have 2 city councilors on the negotiating team. We have a parent, and we have a grandparent on the team. And we have also assistant superintendents that are part of the meeting and input as well. I want to also thank Headmaster Menard and Mr. Eric Purvis, hope they're friendly still, for getting us to at least the weekend. I thought, like Jeremy said, we're at first and goal. As Jeremy said, it is down to 2 issues, and 5-year contract, 3-year with a 2-year option. I mean, are we really that far away? I don't know how much private sector experience parents in here have, but to do negotiation, but I think that's, if it's 5 years with no options, I'm not speaking for the whole committee, but, I'd probably be fine with that. And then superintendent agreements, I think we have to understand that if we wanted kids to have full choice, that would have been in the first paragraph of the contract. And why would we ask for that if we thought superintendent's agreements were some backdoor way to give, 10s, 20, 30, 40, or 50 kids choice? I mean, that's a process. That's a parent with the student coming to the superintendent or the administration saying, I just can't make it work at Thornton Academy or at Scarborough or Biddeford or whatever. So that said, it's just, okay, how many examples do we have? Now, if there's a ton of examples, then I'd want to meet with Thornton Academy and see what's going on, right? Because we've got a lot of problems if people are lining up. On the other side, I'd have a problem as a school board member if our superintendent, because we're his boss, if we signed a contract with superintendent's agreements by state law, and then he goes off and starts recruiting parents and students to transfer to another school, the next meeting we're going to kibosh that. So that's not how superintendent agreements work. But it is a state law, and again, I think the language is safe for everybody, and it seems like Thornton feels differently. And again, is there wordsmithing that can be done in the contract? Again, I have confidence. I don't know if the rest of the community or Thornton does or not, but I don't know. I'm willing to have a signing party later, but otherwise, we all welcome Q&A. Thank you.
School Board Member Truman?
I know you said this, but also just for the impact of it, students are still going to be able to go to Thornton. Like,
Yes, 100%.
so that was never. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. And wait your turn. If you have questions, you can come up. And I'm saying this as a parent of students in Saco. Like, I'm expecting, I had a child that was at Thornton. I have a couple more coming up. Like, that's always been the expectation that they would be going there. So at no point did I ever think like, oh, I guess we can just pick. I assumed that, like, we're just going, that's what we're doing, we're going to Thornton. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear that at no point did we think we're going to say, sorry guys, you're going to go across the river, or you're going to go to Scarborough. Because first of all, where are we going to put 900 more students at another high school that's not built for it? So you're going to Thornton, unless you don't want to. But I digress. I just want to make sure that that was clear.
I think it's also, let's be clear, through negotiations, choice was talked about. 100% clear.
Yes, and that's not to say that
Yeah.
that was not discussed, but also,
Uh,
I believe through other conversations, because I'm not on the negotiating team, but 99% of the students would still be going to Thornton, because everybody loves Thornton. So like, it's never been a question about like us trying to take that away.
I
So,
think it's, well, yeah, I think 99% probably would. And I think that the economics of an independent school is challenging. I've had that conversation. There are some challenges there. Your tuition is set by the state, right? Every year in December, we get the list, and we probably, Anne Marie and myself, email each other the quickest to figure out if we're both on the same page on what the percentage increase is. We plan for a 6%. IVF is there. That is now like 1546-ish or something like that.
1595.
1595. And then obviously there are special education costs on top of it. Choice was 100% talked about because we really felt passionate about free lunch and getting there.
And also, the point of the free lunch, one is for equity, so everybody's on the same playing field.
100%. And I would just say, there's people who probably disagree with me. I personally, like I said, I've never hidden it.
And also,
Believe in free lunch.
worthy of mentioning, our poverty rate has risen
Correct.
over the past 5-6 years. We were at 1 in every 4, and now we're up to 1 in every 3, which is, we're at like, what, 38% or something like that. So that's a significant jump.
And Thornton had a plan. They had a plan for free and reduced lunch. 260% of the federal minimum. About $89,000 combined. And their data in southern Maine is that, like, the break-even point of someone being able to even survive is over $100,000 now. That's a challenge for us, not just about free lunch, challenge for us as a society.
Hold
Yeah,
on, you'll
where's-
have, after, once the school board
Just-
has an opportunity, we'll address
I
questions. from-
forgot one thing. This came up over the last 24 hours. Thank you for everyone who voted for the budget last night. It was a 4-to-1 vote for the budget. Please remember that because even if the contract wasn't signed yet, we put in the maximum amount of money in for Thornton Academy. So Thornton Academy got an 8% increase in the budget. So we wanted to make sure Thornton was covered. We estimated a little high on the number of students and sorry. So it's in the budget. So the budget, you guys voted for a 4.5 total spending increase, but Thornton got an 8% increase. So I just want to make sure that's clear as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just wanted to say, I think the person up there was just asking for Mr. Menard to come up, if I heard.
Yep, I'm going to
Okay,
give
yeah. I
Thornton
was just
Academy an
making sure.
opportunity after as well.
I just want to make sure that people heard what they
Yep.
said.
Yep, thank you. School Board Member Johnston?
Thank you. We definitely had a very good explanation from Superintendent Ray about our negotiations. I think I would just like to add, and everything else that's been said here is valid. I would just like to say that I do believe we've negotiated in good faith. I do believe we've been pretty clear about what our priorities were from the very beginning. And I think that it's really unfortunate that somehow this idea that we were ever trying to get people, students, away from Thornton Academy or not disallow them the opportunity to go there is just not the fact. Choice was something that we had as a potential priority because some students may do better somewhere else. But we were never even imagining that we could, in fact, have a place to put 900 kids. So we never envisioned that that would ever happen. And so the idea that we were trying to create that scenario is just really erroneous. And I think that just needs to be said from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other school board members? Okay, I would like to give an opportunity for Thornton Academy. We do have Trustee President Purvis with us, Headmaster Menard. Folks, please stop. Stop. I am going to ask that there are no outbursts throughout any comments, any questions. We do want to keep this calm, relaxed, respectful, so I am going to ask that there are no outbursts throughout the rest of the presentation or the questions or public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Phil.
Good evening.
Good evening. So my name is Eric Purvis, 9 Cartier Circle in Saco. I'm the president of the Board of Trustees at Thornton Academy. We've been working 3 years on negotiating this contract. It has been a long slog for all of us, and there's a lot of work that has gone into this. As Superintendent Ray has stated, we are down to 2 items. We were this far apart, and we are so close right now. We're frankly surprised that we're not done with the contract. First and foremost, Thornton Academy is Saco's high school. We want to be Saco's high school. We want all of the kids to come to Thornton Academy. We don't want to exclude any Saco student who wants to come to Thornton Academy. Everybody understand that. We want all of the kids. The 2 issues that remain on the table are the superintendent's agreements and the length of the contract. As Superintendent Ray said, one of the priorities for the Saco School Board was to have lunch. Now, please, everybody understand, nobody at Thornton Academy went without food. Everybody at Thornton Academy had a meal. If you were not able to afford a meal, Thornton Academy provided that. And in fact, we provided food at our cost to about 24% of all Saco students that go to Thornton Academy, on us. Nobody went without food.
I'm not going to ask again. Please keep the applause to a minimum. It is distracting and it takes away from the presenter's presentation. Thank you.
Yet, it remained a priority for the Saco School Board, and I understand that, and I respect Jeremy's position for wanting to provide food to all students. Quite frankly, it was a barrier because the way to go about doing that was to join the federal food program. That would totally change the governance of Thornton Academy and would totally change who we are as a school, and we were not going to go there in any circumstance. And we haven't, and we are not going to go there. However, it was important to the school board, and it's important to us to maintain the relationship with Saco. So we made the decision that we are going to fund food for all Saco students out of our tuition that comes to us, out of our money. We are going to pay for that, and that was in the most recent contract proposal that was given to Superintendent Ray and Kevin Roach. However, what we asked for in exchange is that all students come to Thornton Academy, as it has been forever. Our contracts, this is my 5th negotiation with Saco Schools, RSU 23 at one point. This is my 5th negotiation. Every single contract since I've been on Thornton's board has had a provision that said all Saco students will go to Thornton Academy, and we will accept all Saco students. We don't turn anybody away. That was important to us, and we need for that to continue. So when the question of superintendent waivers came, the past practice is that Headmaster Menard, or the headmaster at the time, had the authority to grant superintendent waivers. The Saco superintendent did not. It came through Headmaster Menard, and Headmaster Menard reasonably allowed many students to go to other schools when it was their best interest to do so. That we would expect to continue. Now, I understand Superintendent Ray's interest in wanting to be part of that conversation, and that's fine. But we need to be part of that conversation also, because there may be motivations other than the student's best interest, but there may be motivations of moving kids away from Thornton Academy, because there is a history now of trying to hurt Thornton Academy, and we need to protect against that. So all we're asking for is that if a student approaches Superintendent Ray for a waiver, that Mr. Menard also has to approve the waiver. That's not unreasonable to ask for. We need to plan on students. And Mr. Roach talked about it's a process to move kids to other schools. That essentially, if we give the superintendent unlimited waivers, it essentially is school choice, which is what we're working against in the first place, because we want all kids to come to Thornton Academy. Superintendent waivers, unrestricted, is school choice. And that's why we offered food to take choice off the table. So all we're asking for is a way in which Mr. Ray and Headmaster Menard can work together to grant those waivers, and that is not an unreasonable ask. The second thing that we still have is the length of the contract. Traditionally speaking, our contracts have been 5 years. When Saco withdrew from the RSU, the contract was 10 years. The state required a 10-year contract for any school withdrawing from an RSU. We negotiated a 10-year contract that expired 2 years ago. We're currently working under a 2-year contract, which is just an extension of that 10-year contract. We need to be able to plan. So if we have a contract that is a 3-year contract, we can't plan for 5 years from now or even 10 years from now. Our planning is all done on a 5-year look-forward basis. How many kids are coming to Thornton Academy? How much tuition does that represent? Because you have to understand that Thornton Academy, unlike a school board, can't set its budget and then go out to the city and have them fund it. We have to look at the number of kids, and we can only have tuition for the number of kids who are coming to us. We need to be able to plan. We can't do that in a 3-year contract. Furthermore, if we're going to do a 3-year contract, this took us 3 years to get to. We're going to start tomorrow, and what are we going to talk about? I mean, honestly, what are we going to talk about? What has changed? So we are asking for a 5-year contract. That is not unreasonable. I will say I was disappointed when we gave the language for the food. We asked for all students to come to Thornton. We put in language about the superintendent and our headmaster granting waivers, and we asked for the 5-year contract. And the only thing that we got back was a letter from the attorney, or an email from the attorney, saying both of those are rejected. Now, I understand if you want to reject it, but Mr. Ray, in a recent correspondence, said something about reasonable people can work this out. Well, there was no response. How do we work it out when your response is, this is rejected? So we need to figure this out, and it's not very hard. We do need a 5-year contract, and it's not unreasonable for Thornton Academy to participate in waivers. There are a couple of other things, if you don't mind, if I would like to just respond to. Superintendent Ray talked about, the CTE and the 1/3 tuition reduction for CTE students. This law was put in place, the way the CTE tuition reduction works is if a student goes to a CTE program, the sending community, Saco, only has to pay 2/3 of tuition to Thornton Academy. That was put in place at a time when local communities contributed to the CTE funding. However, now CTE programs are fully funded by the state. They are not funded, unless it's done voluntarily, they're not funded by local communities. Saco does not take a haircut when Saco kids go to the CTE program. Our costs don't go down when a student goes to the CTE program. And so it makes sense that we would continue to receive 100% of tuition and not 2/3. But more importantly, just so everybody understands, this is not an increased cost to Saco. You've been paying, I've been on the board for 25 years. You've been paying this rate for 25 years. There's no change here. All this is verbiage. So the idea that Saco School Board is giving us something, it's the same money. Nothing has changed. It's just language in the contract. I can go into the weeds here, and I'm not going to. I do want to say one more thing. You know, you've asked for increased communication. We actually welcome that. In our negotiations very early on, we said, you know, Thornton Academy does not have a forum to speak to the community. We would love to have that. We talked about setting up some sort of a committee where your group and our group would get together. That is kind of morphed. That is now in the current contract proposal, where Thornton Academy would attend 2 public events, and we are glad to do that. But more importantly, you know, when you talk about asking for information like graduation rates and SAT scores, attendance, information like that, that's been in our contract for 25 years. That information is already provided. There is a section in our contract that puts bullet points of about a dozen items that Thornton Academy provides to the Saco School Board. We're supposed to be invited to the Saco School Board once a year to make a presentation on all of these different things. We have never been invited since Superintendent Ray has been the head. We have made presentations because we have invited ourselves, but the information is there. It has always been there, and we're happy to continue to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other representative from Thornton Academy in attendance? Oh, Headmaster Menard, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. My name is Randy Menard. I'm a lifelong Saco resident, born and raised here, grew up on Hill Street, went to schools here, graduated at Thornton Academy in 1988, raised a family, my wife and I, 2 children, went through Saco's public elementary schools and then Thornton Academy. I want to start off, I want to thank Eric Purvis and the rest of the Board of Trustees, volunteer Board of Trustees, for their tremendous commitment to Thornton Academy and to this city. And I know we can't applaud right now, but I know we're all thinking it. And it's really tough. I'll tell you, Eric did a fantastic job summarizing where we are on a couple issues. But I do want to point out a couple things here. And just the other piece about sharing information. Our contract has language that says the superintendent is a member of the academic committee of the Board of Trustees. And so every year, 3 times a year, we invite the superintendent to come meet with us and talk about how kids are doing, all the things that Superintendent Ray reiterated earlier. We've been doing this for maybe 4 years, and I hate to point fingers, but I think we need to be clear. Not once has Superintendent Ray come to us to meet with us. On occasion, he does send a representative, and we appreciate that. But I think there's a real opportunity for more collaboration. He and I, talk on occasion, but I think more communication would be good for all of our students. The other piece someone mentioned about choice, and I'm glad to hear that choice is not there, because I'm not sure and who's aware of this, but someone shared an email with me, I think it was last night, from a school board member, Warnoff, It was sent, allegedly assumed, to a constituent, and I think you were all CC'd on it. And she mentions, we, quote, "We are considering moving to a free choice model." And later on, she notes, "This is not an easy decision. We understand that not everyone will agree with it," et cetera, et cetera. So that was emailed to a constituent at 3:12 in the afternoon on June 9th. And so we're concerned about that, right? We've talked about, we hope that we're there, and we've heard from people that we're not interested in school choice. Now, again, I can't speak to this, but this was, you're all aware of it because I see that you were all CC'd on that. So that's something that I got to share as concerning, and I think that's probably why so many people are here, and they want to know what the intentions are. The waiver piece, Superintendent Ray was correct. We had a conversation about that, and we had language in there. The language that was rejected that Eric Purvis talked about was that we would collaborate. When a student from Saco asked to go to another school because, for whatever reason, they're not having a good experience, Jeremy will give me a call and say, "What do you think?" I say, "Okay, let me look into it," talk to our counselors, talk to the teachers, talk to the students and families, and feel free to fact check me, but I don't believe I've said no to any request. I may have, I don't recall, but again, we certainly have a list of emails, communications back and forth where we're saying, yes, here's a situation where it makes sense, we want to do what's in the best interest for this child and this family, and we've allowed them to go on to another school as an exception to the exclusionary provision of the existing contract. And that's all we're seeking, is the status quo collaborative effort where we are involved in this. Superintendent agreements throughout the state are between two superintendents, right? It takes two people to talk about it. That's all we're asking for. We're asking to have a voice in how we can better serve the needs of our students. We are educating those students. And so I'm going to talk to our social workers, many of them who are here today, talk to our counselors and teachers. What can we do to support this child? That's why we're all here as educators. I don't think that's unreasonable to have that language in the contract as opposed to a unilateral decision from somebody who is not in a respected position, but is not in the school working with those students. So we hope that this school board will accept that language, close that loophole, good faith. And again, Superintendent Ray and I had a great conversation in my office. We had a great conversation on the phone, and I think we can get there. I don't think that's a hurdle that's too large for us, and we hope that we can get there and move forward.
And Rainey, I think we had some ideas that we discussed on the phone when there was a disagreement of how we could structure something
Right.
in the few instances that there might be.
Yeah. Well, let's hope. I hope we can. Last piece, talking about the CTE funding, and again, we appreciate the CTE education. We're proud of the fact that so many Saco kids are going there. We make sure our schedule lines up so that they can get there, their transportation. Our counselors talk about all these options. And the CT program is a wonderful program, and we're so glad that the state funded that expansion. It's good for everybody. We want to continue to do that. And we do appreciate the funding that the city does not have to pay. We appreciate that. To Eric's point, they've been paying us that since the CT Center was built in the 1960s, but it's also true that the city voluntarily pays additional money to support the CT program, and that's fine. But I think that's also ought to be publicly acknowledged that the city does not have to pay that, but chooses to do so. And, we're fine with that. So happy to answer any questions. If not, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keep it to a minimum, please. Keep it to a minimum.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I did actually have one sort of question for Mr. Menard, and that has to do with, we've talked about how there's already provisions in the contract for Superintendent Ray to speak about with you, sir, about students and their general progress. But I think that my concern is that we're not just talking about a whole group of students. My concern is that Mr. Ray is able to talk to you about an individual student who may not be doing well and who may need some sort of support, maybe even a slightly different program, in some capacity could be helped through the course of high school with certain supports that may not be in place. So that would be my concern about us having knowledge, us as a school board having knowledge about not only the generality, the overall growth of the students, but in general, but in specifically about certain students who may need some sort of support to have a better experience. And so that's not really a question, I suppose, but it is my feeling about why, for me, it's very important that we get certain data around students who are absent too many times, students who are just not doing well. Their grades are failing. They're not passing their classes. They're behind schedule for graduation. And if you do have a response to that, I'm more than willing to hear it. But I just wanted to express that that's why, for some of us on this school board, that kind of information and communication between you as headmaster and Superintendent Ray is something I see as a high priority in this whole process of negotiating a new contract.
Yeah, agreed, absolutely. We all want the same thing, right? These are all Saco kids. These are our kids, your kids, our kids. We all want what's best for them. Beth, you know you've been on this position for some time, and you probably recall me coming here annually and giving you data, and it was broad data. We've had some conversations about what sort of data is appropriate to share, and I think Superintendent Ray and I are in agreement. When we're talking about individual students, that's something that's going to be held in confidence. We're all going to agree to follow FERPA, and then however you disassemble that, share that, that's certainly up to you. But that's something that happens now. He might call me on occasion. We have a student. I know our folks, particularly around special education, sometimes it's a little more complicated. There are more challenges there. Sometimes issues to resolve. Carol Taranko, who works for us, will often be in contact, ongoing contact with folks who represent special education for the city. So a lot of that dialogue happens. But absolutely, these are all kids. We're all on the same team. We all want the best for Saco students.
I appreciate your response. I really like to think that it is a very high priority for kids who are not doing well, for whatever reason, get the attention and the support that they need to get through the process, get through school, and come out the other side at graduation with a much better prepared for the next step of their lives. And I do know some of them do. And I also know some of them don't.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I can share with you, and we have some folks here. We have 4 full-time social workers on staff, just for the high school. And we have another 8 counselors, and we have a very dedicated student support team that care deeply about those students, all students. But we're very proud of the work that we're doing to support every student, particularly those who struggle. We know that. I mean, I was a working class kid. I wasn't some wealthy kid who, went off to some elite school. I had to work hard to get through school. So there's a soft spot in my heart for average kids who may not be the most gifted or face challenges in their lives. And we do a lot. You might have heard of the Student Assistance Fund. We raise money every year. We raise hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to support those kids. So if there's a kid who needs, we find out a student, it's wintertime, and someone notices, hey, did you see that so-and-so is just wearing a thin little sweatshirt? We're going to get them a winter jacket. We're going to get them boots. We're going to get them coats. We bought kids eyeglasses. We make sure they get taxi rides to school. We make sure they get free breakfast. They get free lunch. We make sure there's a backpack of food that goes home.
Folks, please, I am not going to ask again. Please be respectful of the speaker. If it happens again, you will be removed.
And that food goes home.
It's not a laughing matter. Please be respectful of the process of these chambers.
That food goes home. And I look around the room, and I don't want to be calling out people, but I can tell you right now, and I'll let them do the talking for you. It's all about the staff right here. These teachers who are working incredibly, incredibly hard on behalf of Saco's kids. This staff that's behind me right now is dedicated to their lives, and I can tell you that sweat and toil they put in on our behalf, I know we can't do it now, but they certainly, like all teachers, deserve a round of applause. They care deeply about Saco kids.
I am delighted to hear that. And I also would like to say that I think one of those times when you did come before the school board and gave us, an explanation of what's going on at Thornton Academy, I think that one of the major questions I wanted to ask you had to do with the guidance department and what their student, what's the right word? How many students they're each responsible for? And you said to me, we're well below what's considered to be the proper quota. So I am glad to hear that. I am still, nevertheless, I do not doubt that you have an excellent staff. Sometimes just one teacher can make a huge difference in a child's life. But it's still very, very important to me that if that is totally true and that you have a great staff that are working hard at that, it's still very important to me that as we go into the future, that still remains the same. Because I think past experience from a long time ago, I don't think that was always true. Long time ago, but I don't think that was always true. I do believe that there were circumstances where kids didn't get that extra boost that they needed. Long time ago.
Well, I can't speak to whatever a long time ago means. I can tell you, I've been at Thornton Academy for 31 years, and I've had the good fortune of doing, like the rest of the team here, doing what we can for kids. Our counselor to student ratio is below the national average, it's below the main average, and it's below the average of the American School Council Association recommends. So we are committed to supporting the mental health and well-being and academic supports for all students.
I am delighted to hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. I
Any
actually
questions?
love happy, I do
All right.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
And thank you for your
Okay.
staff. We
All
do,
right. Thank you all.
thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments from school board members or TA, I would like to open this up now for attendance questions. I believe to the school board, and Headmaster Menard, if you're open for attendant questions as well, if they have one for you. So we have a lot of people, so again, the two different sections, based on this workshop, this is a specific question that you would like to have answered. This is not necessarily for open comment, you certainly can do that, but you might want to save that for the public comment section. So if you are looking for an answer to a question, this is your opportunity in this portion right now. If it is just a comment to Thornton Academy or to the school board, save that for your public comment section, all right? Try to keep this in an orderly fashion. I would ask that you step to the podium, you state your name and address for the record, ask your question, and then whoever is the expert to answer that for you, it will be addressed. Anybody who would like to step first?
Hi, everybody. They're a little taller than me. So my name's Paul Santamore. I live at 21 Tabby Way here in Saco. And my simple question is, after getting you said 4-1 budget approval from many of the people in this room, when are you going to commit to sitting back down with TA and hammering out the details so we can move beyond this?
In the parking lot after, or no? I mean, look, I had high confidence over the weekend, and I still do. I mean, I think these two issues, I mean, what do you think? I mean, I think we can get it done in a few days, but again, that's just my opinion. It took a little detour yesterday, a little bit surprised, but yeah, I think that's the answer.
So I guess to clarify on that a little bit more, as of right now, there is not a set date to sit back down, but that will be worked out over the next few days?
Yeah,
Is that safe too?
I mean, I'd like to continue my conversation I had on the phone with Rainey the other day. I mean, we were pretty close, I think, on coming up with an idea on superintendent's agreements. That'd be a start.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren Grenier, 81 Jenkins Road. Do any one of you know how many ed techs resigned from Saco schools since September?
Hey, Lauren, I do believe that is a open school question, not in regards to the
No.
contract negotiations. If
You
you'd
said
like
if-
to how that relates.
No. You said if somebody had questions.
Regarding, we are in a workshop pending.
So the answer is 19.
Contract negotiations.
The answer is 19, and we have school board members who are worried about how TA teachers are making sure that their students are safe and happy and healthy and getting what they want. And we had 3 special education teachers resign and 19 ed techs. Your priorities are in the wrong place.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else with a specific question? Last call? Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Jacob Budarazzi. I live at 22 Olive Street here in Saco. My question is for Superintendent Ray. If Thornton Academy were to find a way to reach an agreement when there is a disagreement between you and him on superintendent agreements, would you be willing to accept this contract, the one most recently proposed by Thornton Academy?
Well, the thing is I don't get to vote on it.
Then I have a clarifying
So
question.
just I wouldn't quite finish yet. I'm slow at that. So I don't get to vote on it. I think Rainey and I had a great conversation about what a framework could be for a process coming through that. And kind of like to see this get to a resolution.
All right. So then I do have a clarifying question, just to make sure that I understand all the parties involved here. In this contract, there are 2 places for signatures, one for Thornton Academy and one for the Saco School Department. Who would be the parties signing this contract for both entities?
So
Are you thinking, I think what he's asking is who's, I'm guessing, with the negotiations team, everybody on the negotiations team has to agree, is that correct? Before,
well, Eric would probably sign for Thornton Academy, right? And do you know who signed in the past, Eric? I don't remember it off the top of my head. No, I mean, on this.
Could
I don't
be,
know.
it could be.
could be the
it could
chair. Could be the school board chair.
Probably be a school board chair, what I would. Who, do you know who signed the RSU one?
No,
About 12 years, right?
So just to clarify, you believe that you were close to signing the contract, but you don't know who would actually be responsible for signing that contract.
Well, the board would have to vote.
Okay?
Like you'd have to have a vote to accept that. And in most situations, I would say that would be the school board chair.
Thank you. And I have one more follow-up question, if I'm allowed.
Absolutely.
Is there any school board member that is in disagreement with the contract as it stands now?
Just remember that, like I said before, that not all the school board members have even got up to this point, maybe updated. Now they are. I mean, we're all here right now, but I don't think we've shown now this final contract that we thought were on the 1 yard line, and I haven't heard any of my fellow school board members. I mean, this is our first meeting, right? So, but none of these guys have said in public here or even as we walk to the bench that don't sign that contract. No. So I think it's 7. I think it's all 7. I won't speak for you guys, but,
Thank you.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Yep, did you want to?
my answer to that question is, until it's done, it's not done. So I think that while we may all feel that we're going in the right direction, I would not want to guarantee you at this moment in time that we're going to come out with everything it's exactly the way it is right now.
So there is no guarantee necessarily that a contract will be signed.
I did not say that either.
Okay.
I am just saying that I don't believe Thornton Academy or the school board is going to tell anyone this is what's happening until we actually come to that final agreement.
So then would it be safe to assume that the board and the school will come to an agreement?
Well, we've been working on it for a while, and I think we're all aimed in that direction.
Typically, when the negotiations team or a subcommittee has a meeting and decides, like, this is what we agree on, like, for policy, we had a policy meeting today, we agree on a policy, we move it to the full board for a vote, and they have a chance to review those policies and look it over before they give a vote at the next meeting. So it would be kind of the same way here. So like once the contract has been finalized by the negotiations team and they've come back and said, this is what we think that this is what we want, and we hope that the board will vote in favor of that. So until that comes back, we can't say because we don't have anything in front of us, because like in policy, like we look at, and we might say, not today, we're gonna move that one on to next time because we need more information or whatever it is. So, but ideally, we want this done.
So that brings up another question. If these negotiations and deliberations go on for an extended period of time, is there any particular date at which the contract with Thornton Academy no longer becomes valid? Is there any particular date at which Saco would no longer be in contract with Thornton Academy?
June 30th.
June 30th.
June 30th. And also, apologies to Beth, I meant that the contract that we had before Tuesday, we had the 7, then they'll wordsmith a little bit. Then on our side, you know, yes, we'll be talking as a negotiation team, but also Thornton Academy, they have a negotiation team. So I'd have to check with them too to see, are they convening of their negotiation team? Do they need to approve? Because we might think, and Rainey and Jerry might think we're good, but Thornton Academy's negotiation team has to okay it too. So I think, today's June 11th? I mean, I think that's still plenty of time, but I'd rather get it done sooner rather than later. I'd rather get it done mid-June or have that buffer, because you never know what lawyers are going to do and everything, so.
Okay, thank you.
All set? Thank you.
For clarification, the last contract was signed by Eric and the city administrator because you did not have a school committee at that time because you were going through the withdrawal, and thus I think you had to have 10 years put in prior to that. You had to have a 10-year commitment in place.
Mr. Superintendent, if I could just weigh in on that slightly, you are correct. There was nobody from the school board, the superintendent, and no attorney for the board who actually negotiated that contract. And yes, it was the administrator, and I was not positive until just now, but I thought that was the case, because memory, lapses sometimes. But yes, in that particular case, it was not anybody on the school board, and not the superintendent, and not the school board's lawyer that participated in the negotiations. So it makes perfect sense that it was actually the city administrator at the time who signed that contract. And thank you for bringing it up.
My name is Amy Blaze. I live on Loudon Road here in Saco. I am a former, I was part of the educator apprenticeship program. I worked at Saco Pre-K until very recently. I am now problematic for the Saco school system, says Jeremy Ray. So I'm here to be problematic for all of you tonight. I just have a couple of questions. As the interim superintendent, as Jeremy Ray was elected, should he be the one to finalize the big decision? I think that, are we going to have some time for you all to fully educate yourselves? I know, we're busy, we're parents, we have kids, they're going to school, you're making dinner, it's crazy. Now, after the negotiations that you want to do in the backyard here after the parking lot, I get it. It's easier for it to be done and dusted. Well, this impacts all of us in the future. Open choice schooling is huge. Investigate it, do a little research. It doesn't stop there. I'm going to guess that someone who is also the superintendent of the Biddeford school system and is going to get money for students going to Biddeford and has just told us 109 Saco students graduated from BROTC, or however you say it. I was there at I watched the graduation. It is lovely. It is great for students to have that choice, but they're being heavily influenced in one way or another. And I think that Superintendent Ray thinks it's great, and I think it's great for them to go there. However, let's make sure that all parties agree, that it's not just swaying them one way or another. Let's just make sure everybody sits at the table and agrees. As someone with children with an IEP, and someone who is a BHP, has worked in the school system, knows what it's like on the inside, ask the educators.
Okay, I am gonna, if you have a question to ask, please ask it.
Are you going to sit and look at the plan yourselves and dissect it and look at it and then decide who gets to sign the contract? And does it get to be Jeremy Ray?
Again, there needs to be a school committee vote.
And I'm asking them a question.
Yeah,
Not
so,
you.
And he has the authority to answer that question as well.
so it has, I just figured the math, it has been 20 years since a Saco school board has signed a TA contract, because before the 10-year contract, it was the RSU 23 signed a contract, so probably around 2005 or 6. Well, so what I think is that the school board votes, and we can also dictate at that point, and even check with Thornton if they want to know who their counterparty is, but I think it would be the school board chair. That's what I
Okay,
think.
I just want to make sure,
I think, though,
just there's enough time for everybody to educate themselves. Do you know what I mean? Just the school board members. I
Well,
think
the
that you
final
guys
signature
should-
on the
Yeah.
contract is the authoritative person. No different if somebody were to sign something for the city, the
Just
mayor
making-
has authority to sign certain things, and
Perfect.
the city administrator has
Just
certain
making sure
things.
that everyone's
Yeah.
best interests are
So it will be
served.
vetted?
That's all.
Right,
Exactly.
whether
I
it's
just
through
want to
the
make sure
state.
that
Yes,
that you
exactly.
guys read through it before it's signed. Just make sure everybody checks and balances.
We generally read through everything that
I'm
comes in
sure
front of
that
us.
you do.
It's
sure.
a lot of bedtime reading.
It's
but
a
also-
lot of work.
it's a lot
I
of-
get it. No, I'm not suggesting that you're not doing your jobs, but I'm also suggesting there's a lot, and they want he suggested he wanted this to happen
He's
in
joking.
the parking
He likes
lot.
to make a lot of jokes, so don't take.
But there's a lot of us here who aren't usually here.
Yeah.
and
Oh,
who
I know.
may not
Believe me.
understand that
okay.
kind of humor.
Folks, I'm gonna, yep. Question has been answered. Is that satisfactory for you? I'm just double checking to make sure.
Hi,
Good evening.
good evening. My name is Katie Spagnolo, and before I tell you the district in which I live, I want to give just a brief context as to why I'm up here. I was a student when RSU 23 came into effect. I went to Old Orchard Beach. I am a proud graduate of Thornton Academy, and I work at Thornton Academy. I currently do not live in Saco, but I would love to if I could.
Okay, Katie, again, I want to make sure that this session is
Yes,
for...
I'm getting to my question.
Okay,
I just
perfect.
wanted to give context because I wasn't sure if I was even allowed to ask
I
a question.
appreciate that. Thank you. Yes.
I want to follow the rules. So my question to you is, have any of you ever eaten the hot lunch provided by the Department of Education? Have your students, have your children?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My follow-up, my context for this question. I grew up in a house where it was not the privilege to have someone make me a meal. I was one of the students you're talking about. When I was in 4th grade, which would be 2008, I was attending Ranger Middle School. At the time, there was a slushie machine, there was pizza, we had lots of options for milks and things like that. We get a letter, RSU 23, changes to free and reduced lunch. I did not eat lunch anymore at school because it was almost uneatable, and I had severe food insecurity. I wanted to go to Thornton Academy under RSU 23. It should have been school choice. A lot of people from Saco were coming to Ranger Middle School. I attempted a superintendent agreement from Old Orchard Beach. They said no. Thornton Academy said yes. The first day I walked into Thornton Academy, salad bars, cappuccino machine. It's not there anymore, but it was. Mind you, this was 2017, okay, that I graduated. I say this to say, I am happy that nutrition was a big part of the conversation. And I think that my perspective is important for you to consider, and why Thornton would choose to keep what they have. Because I'll tell you what, I was way below the poverty line. I never went hungry. I ate lunch at school because there was healthy options that I had never seen in a school up until that point. So I think it's important to consider the quality and not just the financial aid from the state and from the government that's available. So again, circling back to my question, because I rambled and I recognize that, but I just want to reiterate, how many of you have eaten the lunch provided to students at Saco Public Schools? Okay.
May I answer?
Yes, you may.
I have not, but I do know that several years ago, the Saco School Department's school lunch program, nutritionally and variety and all that, was vastly improved. And I believe that it's still in very good shape today. Jeremy, you might be able to comment on that more than I, but I do know that 18 years ago, 17 years ago, our program for school lunches improved dramatically and gave kids more options.
May I please, I hear you, I hear what you're saying. I just also want to add a little context that I worked in a previous district no less than 2 years ago. That is a public school. I will not name the public school. If you're curious to know who I am, you can find it, I guess. And I watched kids, I heard kids say that they were hungry, and this was a school that receives the federal funding, that they were hungry, that they didn't want to eat, that they would trade their food. They would trade, I would be in class and to be trading milk for crusty, what are they, tater tots. Are tater tots sustainable for an adolescent going through puberty? No. And that was 2 years ago, okay? So what I'm saying here is, if the food was the problem, Thornton Academy delivered more than. And they did so to respect the fact that they want to keep their independent status, which in my opinion is what makes them great, and also look out for the child. And I am speaking because I have been in both worlds. And I was that kid that struggled. And I never went hungry, and I graduated top 10% of my class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Woodcock, 14 Blake Avenue, Saco, Maine. Two children who have previously attended Thornton Academy. My question is for Thornton Academy. I'm wondering if you guys will commit to accepting every single 8th grade student who is receive special education programming in Saco schools whose IEP team determines that Thornton Academy is the least restrictive environment for that student. I'll sit down and listen.
So we have language in the contract that talks about that, and that's a process between the IEP team and Thornton Academy. So when the student is coming up from Saco Middle School, there's an evaluation of the programming that we have and whether or not we can serve those students. The reality is, as some of you may know, special education, sometimes we have students who need exceptional needs, they need more, whatever it is, and the Saco school representative is at that IEP team meeting. Right? We're the service provider. So the city determines what that student needs and then whether or not we can provide it. And again, there's an additional charge for that because there's an additional charge for special education throughout, as is through public schools. But the reality is that Thornton Academy may not have a program for every kid. But that's also true at Biddeford High School and Scarborough High School and every other public school in the state. Those schools sometimes have off-campus programs. I can assure you that sometimes some students, again, you name the town, let's say Scarborough, not every Scarborough high school age student is at Scarborough High School. Sometimes they need a more therapeutic environment. But good people come together and try to provide those. If the school board or the representatives from Saco want us to extend and create more programming, we're happy to do that. I don't know if my colleague Carol Taranko is in charge of student services. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, or?
Yep. Does that answer your question appropriately?
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone with questions?
I think I might be bringing up the back of the bus here. I don't see anybody.
It's okay.
Lori DeLeo, 5 Duty Barn Road. Hi, Kevin. Nice to see you. My question is, there are obviously 3 years in the making of negotiating this deal. Some of the things that were on the table were very concerning to me as a parent of kids who have gone through all of the schools in Saco. One of the most glaring concerns that I have, though, is the high risk of conflict of interest with the current superintendent from a financial perspective. And my question is, what will you, as the school board members of each of these wards, going to do about it?
Take that.
Well, I want it, just to my old friend in Ward 4 here, Lori, to answer. So, I mean, I think I speak for the school board that we're comfortable that he does not have a conflict of interest, but we're a board. So we're watching that. We are going to watch that. When we got together with Biddeford, we had to meet with their school board. We had to share time and meetings and whatnot. And they had that concern too. Are they going to give more, is he going to give more attention to Saco? And we went through an interim period. Very happy. We renewed his contract for another 3 years. He is the full-time superintendent. Now, he has assistant superintendents too, so he's not stretched all the time, but both communities did agree that it was in both our best interests to share Jeremy. Jeremy is one of, if not the most respected superintendent in the whole state of Maine. He is a genius when it comes to financial ED 279 calculations for the state reimbursement to schools. Yes, he happens to be next door at Biddeford High School to the Biddeford COT, but I think that's a great thing because Thornton Academy does not have that program, which is fine. All schools use regional centers. And I think in this world where the trades have become much more important, not to say, of course, college is important too, but with that pivot, I think collectively, Plus, with the new school being constructed pre-K through 5, ready for 2028, the city of Saco, city of Biddeford, UNE, collectively, we can advertise to the whole state of Maine, to the New England, that we could honestly be the best school system in the entire state of Maine. And Thornton Academy is a huge part of that. So I'd like to, when we come out of this in July, I hope you have the faith in our superintendent that this unanimous school board does have. We're the elected school board. I think nearly the entire city council and the mayor really trust and respect. But again, we're the board, we're the oversight. If I see something, I'm bringing it up. And I will be the first to say in a public meeting, but again, there's a lot of empty seats and there's a lot of things that people miss, but I'd be the first to challenge Jeremy, and I think I have on some things. Yeah. He looks to me to like, uh-oh, he's going to say something. So
I appreciate that, but that wasn't entirely where I was going with it.
Okay, go ahead.
If it were just superintendent for one school and superintendent for the other, that would be more concerning if the school choice were still on the board, because I think it would benefit out, Biddeford with bringing in Saco students potentially, although I don't know very many who are lining up to leave TA for that. My question and my concern is more around his company that brings in hundreds of thousands of dollars for consulting for schools. And how is that not looming over our heads as a giant conflict of interest?
Can I answer that one?
Go ahead.
So-
Go ahead.
So, could you explain my company?
Educational consulting, as I understand it.
Okay, so let's be very clear on. Sorry, I'm going to turn my microphone on. At the end of the LePage administration, something called educational service centers were put into play. Okay? Every school department had an opportunity to join one, create one, established by the state, and receive state funding. Okay? We, in Biddeford and Dayton, formed one with shared services as the start, because you had to have a reason to shed one. That is owned by the Biddeford School Department in the Dayton School Department and administered through an interlocal agreement that is signed off by the Commissioner of Education and the boards. Now, in trade for that, okay, school departments on page 5 of the ED 279 receive additional subsidy. That brings in about $8,000 or $9,000 in state subsidy to Dayton, about $90,000 to Biddeford. Saco is in a different one, okay, with 7 schools that has a executive director, okay, and they get about $118,000, $19,000 in state subsidy. There's number one, okay. Number two, in the interlocal agreement, that is a public document, it defines that the superintendent of schools for Biddeford and Dayton is the executive director. Okay? What services do we provide? Well, first, we share services between Biddeford and Dayton, the entire central office, right? Been going on 12 years now. Number two, what it provides is we run the transportation department for Acton. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay. So for about 8 or 9 years, we've been providing bus services through the regional center to the Acton School Department on a contracted basis. We employ about 6, at one time 6, it's down to like 4 right now, speech therapists. Why do we employ speech therapists? because the Department of Education came to us and asked me if I'd be willing to help them solve a problem with CDS and kids not getting service. And I'm proud to say that we put a lot of speech therapists out with our 3- and 4-year-olds to make sure they had service before they came to school. Very important, because there's such a lack out there, okay? Then the Department of Education came to us and said, Jeremy, would you be willing to think about how to service psychological evaluations, which are required for special education, throughout all parts of the state? And crazy old me said, yes, I will think about that. And so we provide psychological services. We provided them in Fort Kent, Presque Isle, Topsom, Farmington, etc. Okay? Because there was a lack. And what we found could happen is that many of the people who are coming in, one of the things that's really interesting about this part of the state is sometimes you get people who attend the doctoral school at UNE and they come with their significant other who already has a job, okay? Now, prior to the last couple of years, when Congress in Washington changed that teachers can finally get Maine State retirement and Social Security at the same time, okay? People from other states didn't want to come in and jump into a system that only had Maine State retirement. So we had an opportunity to hire people who wanted to live in southern Maine and not necessarily live in Washburn, Maine, who would travel up and do psychological evaluations, come back, write the reports, etc. Do I own that? No. I do not.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't.
Executive director.
I am answering the question.
How, so.
You need to, wait your turn.
Hold up.
Can I please finish? So, we have that organization, okay, that provides those services to kids. The money belongs to the Biddeford taxpayers and the Dayton taxpayers that we have used to fund school improvements. We have money in the bank, and you want to know what I got for all of it last year? $18,000. I got $18,000 for doing it, okay? We brought in probably about $400,000 worth of revenue doing all of those other projects. We do group buying. We get our software that is done for schools paid for by the state, okay, and we take advantage of that. We get our HR software. We do contracts on copying machines to negotiate the lowest rate possible. During COVID, we did a lot of group purchasing of PPE and all of those things because we're pretty lucky down here that we have access to that. Rural Maine doesn't have access to a lot of that stuff. And we help facilitate that. Just like we may be helping facilitate some Yonder pouches, if you know what those are for the cell phones in schools, because our volume can help rural Maine get cheaper prices. I'm from rural Maine, from Washington County, and I care about that still, okay? And so I don't own a business, and I'm very clear about that. There's documentation on that. I told you what I got paid last year, $18,000 to do it. There are other regional centers throughout the state. Okay, we're part of one with about 7 or 8 that doesn't really do a lot. Okay, and the executive director is the business manager in Massabesic. Gorham, Westbrook, and another have one, and the executive director is the superintendent in Gorham. There's some in the mid-coast. There's a huge one in the Bangor area that's got 41 schools, and I think typically the Bangor superintendent is that one. So, yeah, there's a lot of that, and happy to answer any questions about that piece because I'm proud of the work of working with CDS to make kids have speech therapists. We also have a special purpose private school for 3 and 4-year-olds that have high level of needs such as autism and other behavioral things that we program for kids. We provide transportation. We hire ed techs and teachers to serve those kids so that they have a quality preschool and daycare experience, because you had Carrie up here. There's none in this state. And so if you want to penalize me or say something about trying to start something to help young kids who needed service, I guess I'm at fault.
Sir, it sounds like you are pulled in a lot of different directions that makes me question the board. Do you feel like he has the cycles to do the Saco citizens and our students justice and what they actually need, and has their best interests at heart?
As the newest member of this board, I gotta say, I had some concerns when I joined, I'm not gonna lie. When I found out who Jeremy was and how thin he was spread, I was worried that, my kids are in these schools. I was worried that they were one of my kids has an IEP and he's in speech therapy and he has a learning disability. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces here. And I gotta say, Jeremy, I don't know when that man sleeps. I don't know when he eats. I don't know when he sees his wife or his children. I am shocked that he has the ability to drive his daughter to middle school once a week and buy her Starbucks on the way. It is incredible what he is capable of, but he's not alone. He has 2 assistant superintendents who do incredible work. He has an office of administrators that would blow you out of the water. He has principals that are the most capable human beings I've ever met. And I understand your questions, and they're not invalid concerns at all. As I said, I shared them. You gotta give him a chance. I get there's a lot of public perception around who this man is. I shared some of it before I joined this board. It was all false. We share a lot of information in this city via Facebook, and it's not fair. It's not reality. It's all based on maybe one person's experience 5 or 6 years ago. It's not based on who Jeremy is as a human being. It's not based on who we are as human beings. We are just like all of you. We are parents. We are people who went through TA. He is somebody who is a child in TA and a child in Saco Middle School. He's not trying to hurt us. He's not trying to come into this city and make our lives any harder. He is only here, dedicated to us, literally day and night. I got an email from him at like 1 a.m. last night. Like, he is dedicated beyond measure, and I understand that still feels like it's spreading thin. I don't know how he doesn't have a nervous breakdown, I swear to God, but he is
Well, I was
doing
pretty
it.
close to that nervous breakdown a few minutes ago. No, I want to
I'm sure we have people here who can help with that.
I'm sure.
I'm not qualified, but
Beth, did you?
I appreciate the perspective.
I want to also, but I also,
Superintendent, 1 second. I believe School Board Member Johnston has.
I don't want to stop the progress going on here. I have been on the school board long enough to have worked with 5 or 6 superintendents. I think I've lost track. I am very proud of the fact that I was on the hiring committee when we hired Superintendent Ray. He was, during the period of time that we were in, which was COVID, but nevertheless, he was obviously the best choice that we had. I do not know when Jeremy sleeps, but I do know, I don't think he's ever dropped the ball for the city of Saco, for the school board. He is a creative, dedicated, hardworking individual. So if you ask me personally, if I have any doubts about the fact that he can do what he does, I don't. He's very competent.
So what
Thank
is it
you.
going to take then to get this deal signed and done before the fiscal year begins?
That is not really the point. You asked a question about Jeremy.
Well, I'm asking if he has cycles.
Wait.
And hopefully he does, but if you're saying that he doesn't sleep, it sounds like we have 2 things that nobody's agreeing on.
Excuse me, but you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm telling you he's a competent human being, and there's no reason for anybody to be attacking him because we have not come in yet to finish our negotiations about this contract. We have been working hard at it. He has been working hard at it. And I don't think any of us want to just bend until we feel like we got the right deal. And that is not all on Jeremy. We are a negotiating team, and we have to all talk to each other and feel confident. So I'm sorry if that seems somehow point the finger at Jeremy, but I don't think it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry? No, right now for the questions, it's open to everyone. When we get to the public comment, it will be residents first, and then any non-residents after.
Resident right here, Nick Tabor, 3 Pine Ridge Road. And I'm just here to speak on a couple things. Like Mr. Ray, I just want to take a minute to provide some clarity as misinformation is flying around through social media and the likes of that. I just got a couple quick questions to ask. The first one is, does our, Mr. Ray, our superintendent, and every board member, do you believe in the town academy model where public tax dollars are being used to fund a private school?
I'll answer that. I think it's a very tough, and I've said this to Rainey before, I think it's a really tough economic model. Because number one, you don't have the ability to go out and bond. That is problematic. Number two, your increase is set by the state without conversation about what the true needs might be. Those are probably the two biggest factors that I struggle with from a financial piece of running schools, of how you survive.
That's Mr. Menard and the board's troubles though, right?
Yeah, 100%. But I want to say this piece is like, I said it to Rainey one time. We just bonded for a school. I wish we could have had a conversation about the gym at that point, because when you raise money in a community, you make a donation, the other person, that's like money that comes out. I think it's a weird long-term economic challenge on those pieces. And the biggest part is employment costs, health insurance cost. I can't imagine what the costs of property and casualty insurance, because everything has jumped so much, and the fact that you have to keep buildings going and the cost of those pieces. That's the challenge. And then the other challenge becomes is that if a school committee wanted to pay more, that then goes back to a city council process. It's different.
So in answer to my question, do you believe in the model where Saco's tax dollars, public tax dollars, should be going to an independent town academy like Thornton Academy?
I don't think there's a problem with that, but I think that there's a problem of how the funding works, because
At the state level?
I think all the way around, because,
Would you be supportive of advocating for the school that Saco kids go to
yeah, I mean, I think.
at the state level?
I think one of the things that bothers me a little bit about, you take EPS funding formula, for example, right? Think about page 1. Page 1 is all about costs around ratios to students, and they have a matrix on the public school side that takes all of your staff salaries and your ratios of student to teachers, and you get an allotment, right?
I'm aware.
So you go down through that piece, and then you get your number of kiddos that go in for technology, you get your regional adjustment and whatnot. One of the things that's the hardest part on that is you have a school, say like Kennebunk, who's probably receiving $9,500 on page 1, and we get set on the state average, which is a lower number for smaller schools. What makes it tough is that we don't have a mechanism to report that data so that you could have like the teaching staff matrix go into that and fill that out. That would be an important change that would not only it wouldn't help necessarily Thornton Academy get more money, but it would bring in more subsidy to the town. If you see what I'm saying, you would generate more revenue on your ED 279 from the state.
And you'd be an advocate of that for the students of Saco?
Yeah, I think that would be actually a pretty good change, is because, again, it's not about, to me, that piece isn't
And
necessarily
again, I'm just
about
up here to
Yeah, and I'll answer the question. That's not necessarily.
have some clarity. And I don't have a ton of time, so I just want to pick up the pace a little bit on my behalf. Does the rest of the board believe in that model?
Yes, I believe it, and I think one of the problems is each kid I'm looking at under this model has a dollar sign over their head. That a lot of this debate of losing a couple kids here, bringing a couple kids in there, they talk about, I think Rainey said it on the newscast tonight, is that there goes the tuition dollars with that kid that has just gone to another district. And I did bring it up in the contract negotiations, but it's tough to do it here alone in Saco with Thornton Academy. But if there was a way that we could just fund a range of kids, where we're not like one kid goes up or down or whatever, and get the state to calculate the tuition in the beginning of a school year, at the end of the school year, because we're kind of scrambling in the middle of the year, and we're adjusting each kid, and I just hate that. I hate how kids have dollar signs. Oh, this costs this kid, this costs this and that. But I think that's gonna have to come from the state. So in the meantime, I'm proud. I'm proud of Thornton Academy.
Yeah. And like I said, I think some of these questions are just to clear up the comments in the public and the likes of that, but I am very pleased that every member of our school board is fully supportive of Thornton Academy and can go on record by saying that. Mr. Roach, I'll just ask you this question directly, because the statement was brought up earlier that this was all done in good faith and the likes of that. A couple months ago, you made a comment about that Saco didn't need a contract with Thornton Academy at the April 8th board meeting. You said, in my opinion, we don't need a contract, we don't need a contract. And I just want to clarify for everybody else, what has changed in those 2 months that now we're ready to have a contract?
I think in context, and again, I'd have to review exactly what I said. In context, if the contract negotiation wasn't going well and TA did not want to necessarily meet or go through a mediator, it would not be the end of the world if there was no contract, because kids would still be going to Thornton. I think Thornton wants the Saco kids. The Saco kids and parents want them to go to Thornton. But the problem is that we could not extend the contract beyond these 2 years. Like, it was just going to end.
Right.
So we had 2 months left. So in context, I probably said, okay, well, the world's not going to end. In my opinion, you don't need a contract, and you can continue to negotiate over the summer. And by September, you could have a contract for all we care. But I selfishly wanted the contract done at the end of last calendar year, so we didn't have to worry about this coming graduation time and the summer. But,
thank you.
Yeah.
And Carolyn Warnoff, Mr. Menard had made a comment that you just said recently that the board was still exploring school choice. Could you just elaborate on that?
I think that my letter or email did what I intended it to do, and it was the same thing that Headmaster Menard intended to do. It was to make awareness and to bring you all here tonight, and it worked.
So your intent was sending out a message?
My intent wasn't to say that we weren't getting any responses from Headmaster Menard or anyone else from TA. As I said, if we don't get a response, June 30th, it goes to choice. So I was just pointing out that if we don't get a response, and I don't know why we didn't get a response. So that's why I said it. I'm like, it looks like we're looking at choice.
Okay. And just to clarify, in that same message, you had responded that their perception of TA was not truly who they are. And that you were protecting all students,
Oh,
not just-
yes, I think that
not just rich students.
right, the general public, I think.
And I'll say, like, I read that and I took that to heart, because my son has been back here the entire time,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been in this hall multiple times, being celebrated for winning state championships.
And that's awesome.
It is.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
He is not a rich kid.
And
And
it was
that's-
a general statement, just
and
like
that
everybody
school-
else makes. The perception, I think that the general perception is that people don't understand what we've gone through in these last 3 years. They made their own ideas up without knowing all the facts and understanding what we've gone through back and forth with very little movement for 3 years. And so I wanted to make sure that people knew, this is serious, you need to show up.
I think there's better ways you could have communicated that to the public.
I agree, I
Okay.
agree. There are better ways that I could have done that, you're right. I'm new to this, this is my first year on the board, and you're right. I'm not used to dealing with the public and didn't understand that it was gonna upset you that much. So I apologize.
I don't feel as though I'm exhibiting half of the energy that you are speaking up here.
I understand.
Okay.
Hey, Nick?
Thank you for changing that, Kevin.
Okay, sorry. In defense of Carolyn and maybe an entire elected body, please remember that we are getting emails and phone calls on both sides, where we have, I mean, just this afternoon, I had a heart-wrenching phone call of someone that just had an unbelievably awful experience at TA, all right? Do I come here and say TA's bad? No. I mean, every high school has a situation. But, you know, I know we have an overwhelming support in this building, but then there's a lot of people that can't come here, that won't come here and fear the crowd, I guess. And so we have to, we handle this, I'm not saying on a daily basis, but recently we are fielding those calls, and we have that in the back of our head. So to that comment where all students, like every student, that's what we're thinking of, that, you know, there's always a bad example at all high schools that happen. And we just have sensitivities, and we just have to represent everybody. That's why I try to specifically respond to the Ward 4, my ward, and I can't speak to the other individual ward responses, but it's been tough.
I understand it's a tense time. Any time that there's conversations about changing in schools and the likes of that brings people out because people are passionate about their school systems. I'll just finish up with just one last question. If the contract isn't solved, and it sounds like it could or it couldn't, what happens at the end of the expiration date? Is there no longer a contract? Do you resort to the old contract? Or is it just Saco doesn't have one? And if Saco doesn't have one, where does that put our kids in terms of attending Thornton Academy?
They're still attending Thornton Academy.
There's laws.
Do they have to if there's no contract?
My guess is, Nick, that if it gets to that point, which there's no reason for it to get to that point, I suspect there'll be a lot of legal weighing in on both sides of what the outcome is. You probably would also have the opportunity to just say, hey, look, you need another month, sign an extension. We did it last time, right? I mean, we signed an extension if you couldn't get there. That would be an option. No one's saying that's off the table.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering for my own kids and people that I talk to that ask me questions, it happens. And I just want to, like I said, I think this was good to kind of clear the air of some of the things that are floating around, to give an opportunity to those things to be addressed. and then also be able to reply with answers that are accurate for the future of our kids, if something doesn't go as planned.
I don't see why any of it would change, because I would expect that Thornton wouldn't want to not accept kids, right? Right? I mean-
They always have.
Right,
I mean,
so-
they're passionate about keeping all of the kids.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think
But-
if you are at that point,
But if a parent didn't want their kid to go, the school wouldn't be able to force them, right? If there was no contract?
no contract, probably there'd be no force. And that's why I think that we get it done,
Yeah.
okay? And if you can't get it done in what we got, 15, 16, 20 days
Yeah.
here, whatever we're at, why, there's no reason why not, but let's just say it
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
happen, right? Why wouldn't you just sign consider another extension?
Okay, so if the contract isn't done by the expiration date of the month, the intent is to extend the current contract at that point?
I think that that would be a possibility to discuss with everybody, just like we did last time. I mean, the last time we got to this point, Rainey and I had a conversation on the phone and said, hey, what do you think about this? And that's how Rainey and I accomplished that other piece.
Sure.
Both
It-
sides would need to agree to
Yep.
the extension or to go with no contract, correct?
But we wouldn't go without one, though, right?
Shouldn't need to.
But we wouldn't?
You don't know until it's going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, it.
Nick, I'll say no.
Thank you.
I think
Thank
we-
you. I appreciate you stepping out on the ledge and saying that we're going to ensure that our kids can go to Thornton Academy. Thank you, Jeremy.
If Rainey and I can't get to that point, let me be very clear. I don't have a vote, but I have a recommendation, right?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your advocacy.
There's no reason why you can't get it done. None whatsoever.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've probably extended my time, but thank you all for yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, folks, based on the time it is right now, we are going to close the workshop. We will take a quick 3-5-minute break, come back, and then we will open up with the public comment section.
You did okay. You did okay. You did all that you can do. You did okay, Kat.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Please take a seat. Is School Board Member Truman not back yet? That's okay. We can wait for her to get back in. Okay, so we've just completed the workshop item. Moving on to item number 5, there is no correspondence this evening. Item 6 is public session. Before we start the public session, School Board Member Roach, do you have a?
Yes, not to keep people here too late, but I'm just going to publicly ask Jeremy and Rainey if they can agree to meet by Friday to come up with a draft that both negotiating teams can review early next week. Well, where's Rainey? Oh, there. Can I get it? Jeremy, can you commit to that? Okay, so you're available on Friday. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Before we do announce and start going through the list for public comment, I would like to introduce up for a brief statement, State Representative Marshall Archer, if you're still here.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent, members of the school board. For you, those who haven't met me, my name is Marshall Archer. I serve as your state representative for District 129, part of Saco. I'm here tonight not to take a side, but families in this room are my constituents, and what happens to Saco's high school students matters to every one of them. Before the legislature, I served the city directly, 7 years as Saco City Councilor and 1 term as your deputy mayor. My career beyond that has been involved in workforce development, voc rehab, and social services, work that comes down to helping people find a path to move forward and making sure no one is left without one. I've sat on the public side of a tight budget, and I carry all of that into this conversation tonight. There's an old idea I keep referring to. The Romans call it civitas, the bond that turns a collection of people into a community of citizens, held together not by walls, but by shared obligation. Saco is a civitas, and for more than 200 years, Thornton Academy has been woven into it. TA isn't only a school our children attend, it is part of what binds the city together. That is why this feels so much more than just a contract. Let me be clear, I value Thornton Academy, and on my own family connection to it runs deep. I've read both letters, and what stands out to me, both begin in the same place. Each wants TA to remain as Saco's high school. When both sides share the goal, the disagreement is about how, not whether. But I want to be honest about the real tensions underneath, because it is not imaginary. Thornton is a private academy, and it lives under genuine pressures. It must protect its enrollments, its programs, and its independence. The autonomy that has let it build something remarkable over 2 years. The school department lives under a different and equally real pressure. It is a public body. Every dollar it spends is a taxpayer's dollar, and it must answer to every family in the city, whether the children thrives at TA or needs a different path. One side must guard its independence, and the other must answer to the public trust. Neither pressure is wrong. The hard work is holding both at once. And here's the thing, the city has done that exactly before. Let me be plain about what Thornton tuition is. It is one of the largest single items that in our entire city budget. Year in and year out. When that number moves, every taxpayer in Saco feels it. And not long ago, it moved. The cost of honoring our tuition commitments climbed to nearly $1 million in 1 year, an additional $1 million. And that was because of an increased enrollment that we were not prepared for. It was not forecasted, it was not estimated in advance, and it was no one's fault. It was the kind of real, unavoidable obligation that sometimes simply arrives. That was not a small number, and I'll be honest, citizens were upset. And they had every right to ask hard questions about why they were being asked to pay. It put the school board, or that school board, in an extraordinary position, caught between a commitment it valued, a budget it had to balance, and taxpayers to answer to. And yet, we found a way. I don't say this as a specter. I served on this council and your deputy mayor through years just like that one. And I watched the city absorb hard numbers without walking away from what mattered. TA and the city sat down, and we made it work. That is the precedent that should give us confidence tonight. We have stood exactly where we are standing now, with a hard number and an unhappy public. And we did not walk away from one another. So let me say it plainly, protect this process. For years, to every account, the team honored the confidentiality that both sides agreed to from the start. It's that strength that matters and it deserves respect. As legislator, let me add the part I know best. The framework at the heart of this superintendent's agreement under Maine Law Title 20A exists precisely to balance competing duties. A school's authority over its enrollment in a public district's duty to act in each student's best interest. The law already assumes a private academy's autonomy and a public district's accountability can coexist, and so can a contract. Both sides, by both sides' own accounts, only two issues remain: the length of the term and the process for those arrangements, and both are described as close. Here's the truth I keep coming back to, and my old science teachers at Thornton, the ones who first taught me this word, this one's for you, I promise I was listening. What TA and Saco have is by definition a symbiotic relationship. Two very different organisms, each with its own needs, simply do better together than apart. And like any good symbiosis, neither side survives the breakup nearly as well as it imagines it will. Let me put that in plain numbers. Thornton cannot afford to lose the model it has now. Its strength depends on having Saco students in its hall. And the city of Saco cannot afford the alternative. Building and staffing our own high school would cost this community in the order of about $150 million or more. Neither of those is a bluff. That is not leverage. It is biology. We need each other. So this is where autonomy and accountability stop being opposites. Thornton can have every bit of independence that makes it Thornton. Its missions, its programs, its 200-year identity. The school department can keep every bit of accountability it owes the public, its budget, its school students, and its taxpayers. One side can be fully autonomous, and the other side can be fully accountable. It is in that very same contract. Because a contract is nothing more than two organisms agreeing how to live well together. Honor the pressure each side carries. Honor what makes the other unique. That is the whole job in front of us. So my ask as your representative is simple. To the board, to the headmaster, to the superintendent, come back to the table in good faith and in confidence finish this. Protect the civitas that 200 years has built. Our students are watching how their leaders honor the bonds and the agreements of their own community. Let's show them how it can be done with respect. Thank you, and to both sides, keep up the good work. Our students need our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Archer.
And 1 second, I have a member that had to leave. He's a constituent of mine. He just wanted to know why we have the 3-year contract with an additional 2, and he just wanted to know the justification. Public comment. I'm not expecting a response, but I said I would put it to you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to public session this evening. So we do have a very large crowd with multiple people who are wishing to speak this evening. I realize that most of you maybe have not ever attended a council meeting, a school board meeting, not used to standing up to the podium. So I'm just going to give a quick rundown of some of the policy and the procedures through a public comment session. You do have 3 minutes to speak. Because of the large crowd and that we want to give everybody the opportunity to share their voice, we are going to be very stringent on the 3-minute mark. When you step to the podium, there is a timer on the podium as well as the one on the wall. So you can kind of watch yourself, but at 3 minutes, I will interject and ask you to finish up. You are to state your name and address for the record. We will start with a sign-up sheet that was located at the door first. We will go through that. Then we will continue on with members of the public who are Saco residents first. After Saco residents, then any non-residents will have the opportunity to speak. We traditionally have a 30-minute time limit, but tonight, again, we want everybody to have an opportunity to share their voice, so we will not be going through that time limit. We were hoping that we can get an opportunity to get everybody in. All right, so with that said, first on the list tonight, we do have Carrie Woodcock. If you would step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Carrie Woodcock, 14 Blake Avenue, Saco. I'm going off script based on some of the question and answers that occurred this evening. I have two students who attended, or two children who attended Saco Academy. My daughter Samantha attended the special ed program. Earlier this evening, I asked a question about Thornton Academy committing to accepting all students with individualized education programs within special education coming from Saco. That question indicated that despite what the team that is composed of educators and parents recommend to Thornton Academy has its own evaluation team that determines whether or not that student will be able to come to Thornton Academy. The individualized education program team prepares curriculum that addresses the student's needs. If they are recommending that the student's least restrictive environment is in the public high school, they are the professionals with the expertise to make that decision. Thornton Academy has rejected 8th grade students who Saco determined should be attending Thornton Academy. I want to ask you parents in the room, if your 8th grade student who attended school with their peers K through 8 were then told, sorry, we don't want you, you can't come to school with your peers anymore, we don't have a program, which, by the way, Saco pays for 100%. And Saco would pay for Thornton Academy to provide that program. So I am comfortable in saying that that money would be provided for that student to attend Thornton Academy. Many of you in this room know Sammy. She's my daughter. She has Down syndrome. She graduated this Sunday. She received the largest and longest round of applause in that room. You know her because she was seen. You know her because my family advocated for Sammy to be seen. That is not easy work. My husband, myself, and her brother advocated for her to be seen. There are 8th graders that are not provided that opportunity because Thornton Academy decides they cannot attend. So for you students and you parents and you faculty in this room who know Sammy, and I know you do because that child knows everybody, I want you to ask how your lives would be different if Sammy didn't attend Thornton Academy for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, David Aronston.
Good evening. I'm David Aronstam, 4 Baxter Lane, Saco, Maine. My wife and I, full disclosure, are retired teachers from Thornton Academy. Had some of the students that are in the room. Kevin, I know you very well. I also am here not just because we're former Thornton faculty, but also for many years I was the chief negotiator for the Thornton Teachers Association with the school. So we negotiated contracts. They never went 3 years, but sometimes they went as much as 2 years during the negotiation process. So it was important to me to at least talk a little bit about your contract, the contract with the city and the contract with the school, and maybe just think a little bit about the idea that, as somebody said, there are 2 very good entities. The school is phenomenal. I certainly have seen firsthand and can tell you story after story of things, amazing things that the students have done and the teachers have done and the administration have done. The students, I taught, when I was a teacher there, I taught AP English as well as Foundation English. And many of my Foundation students now work for me as I build homes in southern Maine. So I still have a relationship with a number of those students to this day. And as far as the community is concerned, I can almost tell you without reservation that Saco is just a great place to live and raise your children. We have everything from, I thought of today, this past year and being retired, I have a little time. I'm the president of our local Rotary Club, and we've done all sorts of things around town to benefit the community. I also am on the board with my wife for Mary's Walk, and every year there are thousands of people literally walking the streets and raising money for cancer research. So my suggestion today is for both sides to get this done. I'm so happy to hear tonight that you're down to 2 items. And the 2 items in my head, right, don't really amount to much money. It's not a money thing. So my plea is get it resolved. And so when you ask, can we meet by Friday, and get it done, I think that's like the greatest thing. So I would just kind of leave you with one sort of petition from somebody who lives in town and has lived here for a long time. Please get the contract settled. If you don't get the contract settled, it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help the school, it doesn't help the city, and it certainly doesn't help our children. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, next on the list, excuse me if I get your last name wrong, Katie Budatarzi. Budarazzi, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Katie Budarazi, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I am here speaking to you tonight concerned about the lack of clarity and communication between the negotiating team of Saco Schools and Thornton Academy. The questions outlined in this speech tonight are purely rhetorical and for you to consider. For more than 200 years, Thornton Academy has been an integral part of this community. The school is woven into the very fabric of daily life in Saco, and our students, residents, and city are stronger because of that long-standing partnership. The absence of a contract would have dire consequences for the programs and opportunities our students value the most. Without a stable agreement, Thornton Academy would be forced to plan for an unpredictable and potentially fluctuating student population, never knowing from year to year how many Saco students would be enrolled. How could any school effectively maintain the breadth and quality of its programming in that situation? Why would we risk jeopardizing a relationship that has served Saco families for generations and provides access to what is widely recognized as one of Maine's premier high schools? Saco students are fortunate to benefit from exceptional academic, arts, athletic, and extracurricular opportunities that help prepare them for success in college, careers, and life. A refusal to negotiate a fair contract with Thornton Academy puts all of those opportunities at risk for future generations of Saco students. As an alumni, as a taxpayer, and as a faculty member, I must ask, what does the city of Saco want to remove? Why do they want to remove this guaranteed access to Thornton Academy for the children of Saco, and many of them who are sitting right behind me this evening? More importantly, why does the city of Saco stand to gain? What do they stand to gain by weakening a partnership that has benefited this community for more than 2 centuries? I urge you and I ask you, please proceed in good faith. Good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, moving down the list, Griffin Mula Howard.
Hello, my name is Griffin. I live in 457 Seaside Avenue. Members of the school board and Superintendent Ray, I am a lifetime resident of Saco, and I serve as the student body treasurer at Thornton Academy. I am speaking tonight on behalf of our student council and the broader student body. First of all, I want to thank Thornton Academy and Superintendent Ray for being transparent with us and for your ongoing work. We are incredibly thankful for the universal free lunch program at no additional cost to Saco taxpayers, and we see this as a win for the community. After our student council meeting this morning, we were able to review the drafted contract. Although we are not legal experts, it is our view that both sides have shown a commitment to keeping Thornton Academy as Saco's high school. We would like for Thornton to remain Saco's exclusive high school in the future. However, there are still remaining disagreements that concern us. We worry that debates over 3 versus 5-year contracts and specifics surrounding the handlings of superintendent's agreements could still affect our daily lives. From a student's perspective, a 5-year contract could provide a more stable timeline And when negotiations loom in the future, it could create instability, which could affect our planning and our school spirit here at Thornton Academy. Additionally, it's also my hope that Thornton Academy's headmaster and the superintendent could mutually agree on a case-by-case basis on whether or not a request to transfer out of TA is in the best interests of the student. We would like to see our leadership work together for the best outcomes for each student. Ultimately, we are asking for both sides to resolve the final issues so that future Saco students won't have anxiety over what or where the next school might look like for them in the next few years. Thank you for your time, your service, and your dedication to Saco students.
Thank you, Griffin. Okay, next up is Aaron Hatch.
My name is Erin Hatch. I am a lifelong resident of Saco, currently residing in Ward 2, and I'm a proud graduate of Thornton Academy. I grew up on Cleveland Street. If anyone knows where that is, it's right near Thornton Academy, and I would often ride my bike up to the end of the street where the church is, and I would look over at the campus of Thornton Academy, and I couldn't wait to go there someday. My cousins went there before I did, and hearing them speak about it and being able to shadow my oldest cousin during my 8th grade year just confirmed to me that that was where I was meant to be. Because I attended Notre Dame in Saco, which is now closed, through 8th grade, my transition to Thornton Academy was more of an adjustment than my peers might have had. But from the very beginning, TA made that transition not just manageable, but meaningful. The staff were welcoming. I participated in soccer, so I was able to build connections before the school year even started. From the moment I stepped on campus, I knew that that was where I was meant to be. At TA, I found an environment that challenged me academically while also meeting me where I was. Teachers were approachable and responsive to individual needs. It was a place where I could grow into myself, where I was pushed to improve, supported through challenges, and never judged for where I started. I truly do not believe I would have had that same experience in any other school. Track and field became a central part of my time at TA, and I was fortunate to have a lot of success in that. One of the greatest honors of my life was being inducted into Thornton Academy's Athletic Hall of Fame in 2016. What many people didn't know is that I struggled with intense anxiety during competition. My coaches recognized that struggle and stepped in with support that changed the course of my life. Because of them, I was able to continue competing and ultimately went on to compete at the Division I level. Without their insight and care, I don't believe I would have continued in that sport at all. My husband and I chose to return to Saco after living out of state for college, largely because we wanted our future children to have the opportunity to attend TA. Today, we have a daughter finishing 2nd grade. The idea that TA may not be guaranteed for her when she reaches high school is not just concerning, it is deeply unsettling. If access to Thornton Academy were to change, or if tuition became a barrier, we would have to seriously reconsider whether staying in Saco makes sense for our family. I want to be clear, I don't think TA is perfect. No school is. I'm happy to hear that there's conversations about greater transparency going forward through this process, which I think we as a community deserve. I also want to say that I believe there are important and valid questions that deserve thoughtful consideration, particularly—
Not to interrupt, Darren, but your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Okay, moving down. Next on the list, we do have Heather Marin.
Good evening. Heather Marome, Vines Road in Saco. So I've read all of the letters from Thornton Academy as well as from Superintendent Ray. And like everyone else here, I've heard all of the rumors and seen the emails and seen the Facebook posts, which led me to come here to share my thoughts. I'm speaking tonight not only as a parent, a proud Thornton Academy graduate, but as an educator. I remember my years at Thornton Academy fondly. When my husband and I made the decision 4 years ago to move back to Maine, one of the major reasons we chose Saco was because of the opportunity for our children to attend Thornton Academy. We willingly accepted higher property taxes because we believed in the value of this community and the educational opportunities that Thornton Academy would provide us. The idea that Saco is thinking of not negotiating or not coming up with a contract is a little bit unsettling. For more than 200 years, Thornton Academy has been an integral part of Saco's identity. It is more than just a school. It is a tradition. It is a gathering place, a source of pride that connects generations of residents. At a time when young people are increasingly isolated by technology and social media, why would we consider taking away this strong sense of community? I understand that it's not for everyone, but I think it's for a lot of people, and I think it makes our community stronger. So I urge the school board to carefully consider and negotiate in good faith so that our students and our children can continue this tradition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Charlie Roy. Okay, if you would like to speak on her behalf. Yep, just state your name and address for the record. And
So, my name is Felicity Gay, and I live on 6 Hillview Avenue, and Charlie Roy lives on 10 Cumberland Ave. She wrote this. Hello, my name is Charlie Roy, and I'm currently a junior at Thornton Academy. To know a little bit about myself, I've struggled with anxiety for the past 6 years of my life. It's always been hard to connect and speak to people that I didn't know. It wasn't until I came to Thornton Academy that I found myself and my voice. Thornton Academy has helped me through the worst times of my life. This school has the best opportunities for students. Thornton is known for its arts programs, sports options, and educational resources. Putting all of this on the line is very hurtful and worries me and my peers about everything we've worked so hard to achieve for our future. Thornton Academy has a motto that we see every day. Be who you are and become who you want to be. How can Thornton Academy fulfill that motto if you take away all these students and funds so Thornton Academy is left with nothing? I hope people in this room know that if TA is not considered a Saco school anymore and most students have moved to neighboring schools, taxes will most likely go up and property values will decrease. This is not fair for the Saco residents and their enrolled students who have started their future at Thornton Academy. You are supposed to be representing Saco schools and what's best for them. Is this really what's best for the town and its families? Who is actually benefiting from this? Thank you so much.
thank you. Okay, Angela Dupre.
Good evening. My name is Angela Dupuy, 9 Westward Lane, Saco, Maine. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Ray, neighbors. Unfortunately, our experience working with the district's special education and administration has been very difficult. It has not been transparent, inclusive, or collaborative. Ultimately, when there is any ambiguity with a contract, it becomes a matter of trust. Fortunately, our experience working with Thornton Academy recently has been absolutely refreshing. They have been timely, engaged, supportive, and eager to seek educational opportunities that are outside the norm with my child's best interest in mind, particularly concerning his special education needs. These qualities trickle down from leadership, and ultimately, I can only trust our direct experience over the past 5 years. As a community, we need to carefully evaluate a number of values, priorities, and most importantly, how we model these today, this evening, for our children, and every day across the continuum of the K through 12 education. And so I just hope that we can all take a step back and look at the big picture for our children, especially. Special education has come up a number of times tonight, and I think that we should be really considering that across the continuum. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Lauren Grenier. She's still here this evening? Okay, moving on to Sydney Toring. Oh, Sydney?
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to see so many familiar faces. My name is Sydney Purcell. I graduated from Thornton Academy in 2021, recently graduated from Clemson University in 2025, and moved back to Saco because I love it here. 108 Smutty Lane is my address. Throughout my 4 years at TA, I lived in the dance studio and the Garland Auditorium, including dance company, all TA dance classes, performed in more than 15 dance shows, a musical, and since graduating have stage managed over 20 dance shows, have worked for the TA Summer Arts Camp for Kids, and have never forgotten my loyalty and dedication to the TA Arts program. TA is known for many things, whether that may be the football state championships, which is awesome, the brand new Miles Fieldhouse, which was fully funded through private donations, where my little sister just graduated, or the impeccable international program we hold for students all over the world. While all those things are important, I'm here to talk not just about the arts program itself, but the people who have built it along the way. Emma Campbell, the Arts Department Chair, has built something no other school in the state could even dream of, and that's what makes Thornton Academy what it is. I think that's really important to understand, because the arts is something that's so conceited and something that's not for everyone and out there for everyone to understand, but Emma does such a great job at providing that experience for everyone. It's not just an outstanding program, it's community. It's what makes Saco an even bigger community. You can come from any walk of life and know that when you walk into the arts wing, dance studio, or auditorium, that you are seen, heard, and valued. TA would not be at all what it is without this program, and I know personally that I would not have had the success in my life without Emma by my side. Not only was she my mentor and still is, but she has become like family to me. Every year, without hesitation, I am so excited to come back to my alma mater and stage manage dance shows and meet up-and-coming students who shared the same passion as me when I did at TA. Emma has created the most reliable arts program in the state, working with hundreds of kids every year. Her work is more than outstanding every time I come back to TA to work alongside her, and she does everything and anything that she can for her students to make sure that they have a space where they can be out on stage, because some people don't always want to be out on a field. Is my professional career that I'm in now at all related to dance or the arts? Absolutely not. In fact, quite the opposite. However, through the works of David Hanwright, Catherine Murray, Kristen Farwell, Katie Budarazzi, Dana Altman, Jody Thomas, and so many more art staff at TA that make the arts program what it is, they have made me the person I am, and their kindness and compassion and commitment to TA as a whole is overwhelming. I only want to stand up here and say positive things because I think that that's the whole point of being here tonight, is to spread positivity. But I just want to thank everyone for being here, showing up. I literally love Saco so much. That's why I came back. And thank you all for considering the importance of TA and making sure that everyone has a voice here tonight.
Thank you. Okay, next on the list is Ted Soroy. Is he still here this evening? Oh, there you are, Ted.
Good evening. I'm Ted Soroy. I live at 38 Summer Street here in Saco, and I'm a 1972 graduate of Thornton Academy, and also all four of my children are also graduates of Thornton Academy, and most of them had a great academic and especially a great sports experience here at Thornton Academy. Unfortunately, in 2012, one of my daughters had an incident at the TA campus, and it was this incident that made me realize that the quaint private high school that I knew had evolved into a multi-million-dollar private business. As with most such businesses, it appears that they made it a priority to have a monopoly on Saco's education. I heard a statement saying it's always been Saco students all go to Thornton Academy. Well, that's not true. Up to 2013, Saco was part of RSU 23 with Old Orchard Beach. And I remember reading when they were talking about dissolving the union, that there was a considerable amount of students who opted out of TA and going to Old Orchard. And there weren't very many coming the other way. So, anyways, about the same time, 2013, accusations began circling that for some odd reason, Old Orchard Beach was siphoning off Saco tax dollars. A committee was created, and they convinced Saco to withdraw from the RSU, giving TA a much sought-after monopoly. And I remember that time. I mean, I remember this guy he was an accountant or something. He was telling us all the wonderful amount of money we were going to save. You challenged him. And I remember how you got yelled down. You got shouted down by a committee member. That whole thing was a total farce as far as I was concerned. but it did convince the Saco voters, and we did dissolve the union. Now, going back to my daughter's incident, I'm not going to go into, I posted a link to the article that was written in this article, and this is your paper right here, back in 2019. I put a link on it in Soccer Moms and Dad, and I got a bunch of these that was given to me if you're old school like me and you have to have a paper in your hand. But anyways, there's a couple of highlights on this entire sordid affair that occurred here. There were two superintendents I went through to try to resolve this matter with my daughter. And both of them was pretty much just dismissed. One guy, said that, he was, well, I'm not gonna go into too much. Anyways, he also had a DHS investigator. They were also sent away. They had a lawyer. Thornton Academy had a lawyer. Please go through that contract. There was a stipulation in that contract that says that they, TA, had sole right to discipline. Make sure that you scrub that contract and you retain the right. Your responsibility is to safeguard our students. You make sure that in that contract, if a student comes to you and says TA is not a safe place, you have the right to move them someplace else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Okay, I do apologize. This got smudged in the writing, but the address is 89 Ferry Road. Not able to read the first name. Okay. Next on, Ben Brown. I'm sorry, did he leave something, statement to read? Okay, if he's not, but if you would like to speak after, you can, after we get through the list. Got to get everybody down on the list first, unless somebody left a specific statement that needed to be read. Aubrey Frazier.
Alrighty.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Aubrey Frager. I live on 21D Way. I'm currently a junior at Thornton Academy. With all the emails that have gone back and forth, it's extremely concerning as a student. But the history of Thornton Academy, we've had a long history of athletics and arts, and knowing that potentially my family members, or I, because I have younger siblings, might not have the chance to go to Thornton Academy is concerning. My younger brother is quite the athlete, and I know once he gets the chance, he will make athletic history here. Okay. Wow, it's been a while since I've done this.
That's okay.
When I first moved to Saco, I came here from Portland. I moved because they did not give me the education I needed. I was behind all of my peers, and I'm happy to say that I am well caught up, thanks to Thornton Academy. At Portland, I was not able to get my dyslexic diagnosis, and in fact, on multiple occasions, they told my parents that it was hopeless, and that I could not learn, and that, well, don't know what to do with her, can't send her here. When I came to Young School, I immediately found a teacher who saw that I needed help. He sought that help for me, and I'm forever grateful for the Saco School District for that, but it was not easy. My parents also fought here to hold me back a year and eventually get the help I needed to catch up. Once I got that, I was off, soaring, higher than ever, finally up to pace with the rest of my class. I am now reading at the correct level, producing work at top stakes, and amazing grades. Let's see here, let's go. I find it insulting that you have said Thornton Academy is only for the rich. Whether you meant it literally or not, we took it that way. And it is ignorant for you to post that publicly and not think about the consequences. For everybody is welcome here. Overseas, the neighboring communities, we have so many people here from different places, and it must remain that way, because that is what Thornton Academy is built on. People leave Thornton Academy and donate and give back because of their experiences here. If that changes, we wouldn't have the gym that we just finished. We wouldn't have the community that we have. We wouldn't have the success that we've had the last few years in athletics and in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you for your courage standing up. Okay, next up we have Oliver Thompson. Still okay? All right, next up, last name is Hersey? There he is? Teresa? Okay.
My name is Therese Hersey, 117 Flag Pond Road, Saco. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, but when I entered and saw the numbers here and the variety of ages, I thought my viewpoint might be helpful. As a teacher, and a retired teacher now, but in several public schools over the years, this situation deeply troubles me. I've read a lot in the past 2 days, and from what I can see, up until yesterday, negotiations have been happening quietly for about 3 years. I have seen a lot of he said, she said. It would have been nice to have had all the facts clearly laid out for all to see before tonight. It seems that these concerns are finally getting out in the public tonight, and that's good. One complaint I've heard is that TA caters to the brightest and best. I will say that I have seen students who have struggled in the Saco Public Schools bloom at TA. I see teachers who go above and beyond to find the key to each student and then take delight in their successes. Another complaint I've heard is that the headmaster wants a say in who leaves under a superintendent's agreement. It was not unusual for our principals to have input in those situations in the school I taught in, which were public schools. Many people I know have moved to Saco so their children can attend TA. They do not want to go through something like this every 3 years. Remember, these are taxpayers and they're important to keep this city moving forward. As a former teacher, the most important thing to me is finding the best education for each student. They are our future, and if what I saw at graduation on Sunday is an example, our future is bright because of them. It would be best if a clear, concise concerns were stated by the school board and made public, and that TA and the board work together consistently over the course of each contract. Transparency and acting in good faith are vital in this situation. Please, let's join together and make things work for our students.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Dylan Banderas.
Hello, my name is Dylan Bandera. My address is 40 Ocean Greens Drive. I'd like to start off with saying that Thornton Academy is an amazing school, and the reason why it's amazing is because it's autonomous. It's independent of the federal government. Now, what Jeremy Ray wants to do is he wants to have free food, right? That's amazing. That's really amazing. Problem is it's through the federal lunch program, right? For me, federal is the F word. I don't want federal with this school. Why? Because the federal government is a mess. And quite frankly, it's unstable. You see how quickly things change. You see how fast the Department of Education writes scraps. I don't want that happening to TA. I don't want their influence. And if TA is to accept these funds from them, that would completely just destroy the foundation of an independent, autonomous school. And that is the sole reason, I believe, why TA is so amazing, why it has so much to offer in athletics, why it's so much to offer in arts. It's well-rounded because of its independence, and we cannot jeopardize that, ever. Now, the problem, I think, is that this has happened before, I think, and it may happen in the next 3 years, and we don't even know if they're going to have an agreement by July 30th. We need to have a lasting agreement that for the next decade, for the next 20 years, is there, because we can't have freshmen come into this school and then by entering their senior year, after 3 years, be questioning whether they can go to TA, whether their future is provided for. So the idea that a 3-year policy, a 3-year agreement, I don't think that is right. I don't think that fits TA when you have a 4-year tenure at their school. So personally, I'm with TA on the 5-year agreement, right? But overall, we need to have a lasting agreement that allows TA to remain completely independent and allows the TA to make her decisions. Mr. Menard should have say in whether a student transfers. And yes, oversight is needed, right? But we can't have no input from Thornton Academy when it comes to Thornton Academy's student body. So, in my opinion, Thornton Academy needs to remain independent forever, and there can be nothing that comes in between that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Sean Doe. Sean here? Nope. Okay, moving on next, Liz and Scott Phillips. Did you want to speak together or separately? Okay.
Good evening. We're Scott and Liz Phillips. We live at 22 Scrimshaw Lane in Saco. Full disclosure, I'm a current TA staff member. We're also the parents of 2 children who are currently attending Saco schools, as well as 1 Thornton Academy student, all of which have not attended schools outside of Saco, including Saco Pre-K. My background includes attending all Biddeford schools, from kindergarten till 12th grade. My husband's background includes attending private education in Connecticut. As a parent, one of the many decisions you're faced with is what schools you want your children to attend. That's not always an easy decision, but for us, it was crystal clear. We wanted our children to attend Saco schools based on the sense of community in Saco, the educational opportunities within Saco schools and Thornton Academy, and the overall sense that each student within this community mattered. Without hesitation, we moved to Saco. We pay taxes in Saco. We attend events within our community. We share the pride and love for this town, just as the others you see in this room. Our children matter in this town, and our children's education matters to us. Without an exclusive contract between Saco schools and Thornton Academy, this compromises the education that we specifically chose for our children. This compromises the sense of community that Saco strives to provide every day. This compromises the history of a bonded relationship between Saco schools and Thornton Academy that spans over 200 years. And at what cost? The impact of not having an exclusive contract hurts these students. It hurts our educators, it hurts our town, and it changes our opinion on the ability for Saco schools to put the children first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Elias Moore. He is left as well, okay. Lauren Delio? Delio? I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Okay, Jacob Petrazi?
Hello, I'm back. My name is Jacob Budarazzi. Again, I live at 22 Olive Street in Saco, a member of Ward 3. And I am also an alum of Thornton Academy, and I'm married to the wonderful Katie Budarazzi, who spoke earlier today. I'm not going to be so nice, unfortunately. I, quite frankly, am appalled by the weak responses to requests for commitment to this contract. It seems pretty clear to me that it's very close to all being resolved. And honestly, I gotta say, I am truly thankful to this board for fighting for all the things that you have fought for so far. The tuition projected for next year is significantly less than what Saco would be paying for the average pupil in the system, at least according to 24-25 numbers. And the school lunches, free school lunches for all Saco students, that is a genuinely important thing, and you're right to say that students, other members of the community notice when a student is getting free lunch versus having to pay for it. That's a good thing to do. The two remaining options, the two remaining sticking points, honestly seem kind of silly to me. 3 years with a 2-year option versus a 5-year contract who's had a 10-year contract so far. Why is a contract half the length such a problem? Seems like a non-issue to me. And the whole issue of superintendent agreements. Why should TA not be involved in the decision to remove one of its students? That seems silly. And so to have this option on the table, it took me just a few minutes today to read through this whole contract. If you haven't had the opportunity to review this contract, it was proposed on the 5th, days ago. Like, it doesn't seem absurd to me to request you all emphatically get it done. And if you don't, I'm coming for your seat. It's not personal, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Cameron Hewitt.
Good evening, Mayor McPhail and members of the school board. My name is Cameron Hewitt. I live at 3A Main Street, and I'm a junior at Thornton Academy. I'm staying before you tonight to speak on a matter that directly shapes the future of our city and the education of our students. The urgent need for Saco to finalize a stable, long-term contract with Thornton Academy. For generations, the partnership between the city and TA has been more than just a legal agreement. It's been a defining cornerstone of our community. It is a unique, deeply rooted relationship that has served Saco students sensationally, and it is a relationship that deserves the certainty of a signed agreement. The education of Saco students receive at Thornton Academy is unparalleled. Because of this partnership, local students have access to an incredible breadth of academics. From rigorous AP classes and specialized dual enrollment college courses to robust technical programs and everything in between. TA meets every student exactly where they are and pushes them to excel. But as any TA student would tell you, the education doesn't stop at 2:45 when the final bell rings. The out-of-school opportunities are just as transformative, whether it's competing on the athletic fields, collaborating in clubs, participating in the arts, or engaging in hands-on community service. TA teaches us to be leaders, teammates, and active citizens. These programs give us a safe, constructive place to grow, build lifelong skills, and find our passions. Ultimately, Thornton Academy is woven into the very fabric of Saco. It brings us together, whether it's when the community fills the stands for a Friday night game or when one of our local businesses comes out to support our students. You can feel the true heartbeat of this city. Leaving our contract situation up in the air creates uncertainty, friction, and that is unnecessary for families, teachers, and students who rely on this partnership every single day. We need stability so we can keep moving forward. I urge both sides of this negotiation to come together, finalize this agreement, and secure the future of Saco students. Let's protect and invest in the partnership that has invested so much in us. Thank you for your time and dedication to our city's youth.
Thank you. I think I got Oliver Thompson was twice on here. Okay, next up we have Tammy Stutman. Tammy? Okay. And next up, Maddie Knott. Actually, I think she left. Jill Blake.
Jill Blake, and I live at Jenkins Road in Saco. Good evening. I'm a resident of Saco, a parent of students who attend Saco school system, a special educator at Thornton Academy, and alumni of both TA and Saco schools. I've gone back and forth about what I would like to say this evening, and I want to start with the fact that I believe you should listen to your citizens and do what is right for our children in our community, and sign the contract for 5 years and continue the exclusive agreement with Thornton Academy during this contract cycle and all cycles moving forward. I see the benefit of collaboration with respect to the superintendent's agreements to ensure that in good faith, all parties' needs are being addressed and valued, in particular, the students. If you think that the people of Saco want anything other than this, then put it to a vote and see what people really think. I believe you'll find that the vast majority bleed maroon and gold and want to see these negotiations come to an end that best support our youth by supporting all Saco students having guaranteed access to Thornton Academy for their high school education. Beyond that, I want to speak to tonight about the onslaught of comments, particularly from you, stating that TA caters to the rich, or we don't provide appropriate programming for the most marginalized students, particularly those with IEPs. I can tell you firsthand that these comments are not only insulting, but devalue all the hard work that we put in every single day we come to work. I've committed my life and my career to supporting and advocating for those who are most marginalized. I've worked tirelessly alongside colleagues at Thornton Academy and within the Saco school system to ensure that all needs of students are met thoughtfully and with great care. People talk about the free lunch debate. I want to be the first to say that I'm very pleased that TA and Saco have come to an agreement on this matter. However, we'd be remiss to act as though TA has not been providing this for our youth all along. For years, we've provided free lunch for students who have not financially qualified and those who have. If you don't meet the economic threshold or don't have parents who fill out the forms, we'll still give you lunch if you need it. All you have to do is contact the head of student services, who's here tonight, and indicate that a student or a family are in need, and it goes without any question that they're approved. TA administration has fully supported any student I've ever asked, every single one of them, to be placed on free lunch without question, and done so often within less than 10 minutes of my request to make sure that students don't go hungry. I want to remind you that the product TA has been producing for all Saco students has been exemplary. The majority of the students I work with are not rich or high achieving. They are the ones who have fought their whole lives to receive an education and have a fair shot. Thornton Academy has not only supported but encouraged myself and my colleagues to do what was needed for students and help prepare them for whatever their post-secondary plans are. Please stop the rhetoric that TA is against those in need. I assure you they are not. We work tirelessly to ensure that all kids, Saco, Dayton, or Arundel, have equal access to be provided with loving and caring supports. I implore you to work together to get this contract signed so we can put the focus back on where it belongs, the kids.
Thank you. Okay, next up, I believe it says Matt Ashbury. Matt? 435 Main. Fortunately, with the dry erase, it gets cluttered. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wyatt Ashbaugh, and I'm a sophomore at Thornton Academy, and I live at 435 Main Street. I believe Thornton Academy is a place that creates student identity and a community within Saco. Without the contract guaranteeing all Saco students could go to Thornton Academy, this would destroy the community, leaving Saco kids without an identity. Every gold ball won, every TA player show put on, every Thornton Academy event is a way Saco students can express themselves and show their identity. I'm not the only one feeling this way, and that's why I'm using my voice now to speak for others who are unable to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, White. Okay, next up is Ava Martin. Not here, okay. And last on the sign-up sheet is Nias Mayo. Thank you.
My name is Naoki Mayo, and I live at 185 New County Road. I've been a Saco resident my entire life. Originally, my plan was only to attend the meeting to hear what everybody had to say, but after realizing how passionate I have become on the topic, I decided that it was probably better if I spoke. As someone who has only known the Saco School District, as I stand up here, and as I looked around the crowd, I saw almost entirely familiar faces, and the massive amount of attendance indicates to me that the Saco School District and Thornton Academy are capable of working as a team rather than against each other. In the emails and releases from Saco school representatives, it appears as though Thornton Academy has been represented as only an institute for education. To me and so many of my peers, TA is so much more than this. To argue that it is not a big deal to relinquish the guarantee that Saco residents will attend TA is to argue that TA does not build a sense of community for students, that TA would be the same without all of its students, and that the feelings of students are unimportant and unheard. If parents wanted their children to attend Biddeford High School or other neighboring school districts, they would choose to live there and pay taxes there, not in Saco. Allowing for parents to feel uncertainty about the placement of their kids on a year-by-year basis and ending an over 200-year-old contractual relationship over financial disputes, as opposed to finding middle ground that reassures us is unnecessary, unreasonable, and irresponsible. As a Thornton Academy student, I want to know that I will attend my school, and I want to know that I will continue to see all of my peers every day, down to the last 10 or 15 of them. As I close, I want to remind you all that Thornton Academy students are not only the future, but also the present for the city of Saco, especially those that we saw graduate not that long ago. Not only will the decisions made here shape our opinions on the city of Saco, but also it will shape the youth's opinions on whether or not the government and district representatives can actually represent our wants and needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that completes everyone who is signed up. We will now take members from the audience. I would like to start with Saco residents first. If you are a Saco resident and would like to speak, please step forward to the podium.
Hello, my name is Grace Ann Lavoie. I live at 05 Buckthorn Circle. I would like to stand up here and talk not just about the school itself, but the community that surrounds it. I didn't plan on speaking here today, but I think it is very important that I share my view, as I am not a normal student. I dropped out in freshman year. I went my own road, but I'm here today to explain the importance of this community. Instead of them celebrating their summer at home when school just ended, they are sat here and they are protecting and they are standing up for people they don't even know. And I think that is something so beautiful that us as a community has risen up and given ourselves a chance to stand up for people that can't say it and can't be here today to say it. And as faculty, I know we can't give ourselves a round of applause, but if you could all do the little this for, yourselves. There you go. Good job. You deserve it. You deserve to stand here. Be something bigger than a part of yourself. Be something bigger than yourself. There we go. And I urge you to not turn your back on the community. To listen, not only listen, but try to understand the perspectives, sit in their shoes. Know that they are fighting for not just themselves, but the people before and after us. That if this occasion arises again, that we will have a chance to stand here and we will tell again and again that we will stay with this community. So please and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Franco. I'm a citizen in Ward 2. I've been an administrator at Thornton Academy for, I think, 14 years. This is going to be the end of my 28th year as a staff person at the school. My first 8 years as an administrator, I was a special education administrator. And I just wanted to just clarify, based on a comment that Carrie had shared earlier, Carrie Woodcock, I'm not sure which child she's referring to who was not allowed to enroll moving from 8th to 9th grade. I am unaware of any particular student who was flatly denied. And then just a misstatement is that Thornton Academy does not have our own team for which we make decisions about students and enrollment or special education programming. We participate on the IEP team that is led by the Saco administrator. That's a collaborative effort. So those decisions are not separate from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacoby Bodwin. I live in Edgewater Lane in Saco. I'm a resident of Saco, a taxpayer, and most importantly, a parent. I am here tonight to urge the school board to continue negotiating in good faith and reach an agreement with Thornton Academy. As a community, we need a contract. For more than 200 years, Thornton Academy has served as Saco's high school. Generations of families have attended TA, and the school has become an integral part of our community's identity. Given that history, I find myself asking, why are we looking to exchange this relationship? In the letter sent to parents yesterday, Superintendent Ray stated that the negotiating team does not want to take Thornton Academy away from the Saco families. I appreciate that statement. However, I am struggling to reconcile it with the insistence and maintaining language that would allow future decisions to direct students elsewhere. If the goal is to truly preserve Thornton Academy as Saco's high school, why is it so important to put language which gives the Saco superintendent the sole ability to move students to other schools? Why is there resistance to an agreement that guarantees every Saco student a seat at Thornton Academy? I would also like to understand what problem we are trying to solve. Are there concerns about the quality of education being provided at Thornton Academy? Are there concerns about student opportunity, programming, extracurricular activities, or outcomes? If not, what is the educational justification for moving away from a partnership that has served Saco students for generations? Have Saco families been surveyed on this issue? Has the board gathered input from the broader community to determine whether residents support moving away from an exclusive relationship with Thornton Academy? I also think it is fair to ask questions about the governance and representation in this process. When a superintendent is responsible for multiple districts, is it reasonable for the community to ask how decisions are balanced across those responsibilities and whether each community unique interests are being fully represented? This is not a personal criticism, but rather a question about structure and accountability that deserves thoughtful consideration. These are sincere questions, not accusations. As a parent, I want stability. I want certainty. I want to know that the opportunities available to today's students will still be available to future generations of Saco families. I would ask that the members of the board to reflect on whether the current direction of this negotiation truly reflects the wishes of the broader Saco community. Do you believe that the majority of Saco residents want to move away from an exclusive partnership with Thornton Academy? And if so, what evidence do you have that supports that belief? I believe the people of Saco deserve answers to these questions, and I believe they deserve a contract that preserves the historic partnership between our city and Thornton Academy. I respectfully urge you to continue negotiating and reach an agreement that keeps Thornton Academy as Saco's high school and guarantees a seat for every student, so every Saco student. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Hi, my name is Jackson Howard. I live on Lafayette Street. First of all, I just want to apologize for my casual appearance. My mama taught me better than that, and I just came from practice. Thank you guys all for being here. I can't imagine the stress that this has caused. I'm speaking to you as a proud graduate of Thornton Academy and former student body president to strongly urge the school board to continue its longstanding commitment to Thornton Academy as Saco's high school. Thornton Academy is not simply a school that educates Saco students. It is one of the cornerstones of our community. For generations, it has provided students with exceptional academic opportunities, championship caliber athletic programs, outstanding arts and extracurricular offerings, and a sense of pride and belonging that is difficult to put into words. The success of countless Saco graduates is a direct reflection of the investment Thornton Academy puts into its students. As student body president, I witnessed firsthand the incredible opportunities available to students because of Thornton Academy's resources, faculty, and commitment to excellence. Students are able to participate in programs and experiences that many other schools simply cannot offer. Whether in the classroom, on the athletic field, on the stage, or in leadership positions, Thornton Academy consistently challenges students to become the best version of themselves. I am deeply concerned by the discussions that could weaken the historic partnership between the City of Saco and Thornton Academy. While contract negotiations are naturally complex, the focus must remain on what is best for the students. Any move away from a guaranteed commitment to TA creates uncertainty for families, students, faculty, and the broader community. It risks undermining a partnership that has served Saco exceptionally well for decades. The value Thornton Academy provides extends far beyond a tuition figure, on a budget sheet. The school attracts families to Saco, strengthens property values, produces community leaders, and provides opportunities that help students succeed long after graduation. These benefits cannot fully be measured in dollars and cents. As someone who benefited tremendously from my education at Thornton Academy, I can say without hesitation that the opportunities I received helped shape my future. Thousands of Saco students share the similar stories. Future generations deserve the same access to high-quality education, traditions, and opportunities that have made TA such a special institution. I respectfully ask this school board to reaffirm its commitment to TA and work towards an agreement that preserves TA's role as the educational home of Saco's high school without having to worry about not having a place at that home. Our community has been strengthened by this partnership for generations, and it should be continued to be strengthened by it for generations to come. So I ask, please do not make us choose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Ring. I live at 4 Ada Avenue, Saco, Maine. I did not come prepared with a speech, so my bad if I stumble over my words. I came here tonight wanting to educate myself unbiasedly, and I've listened for the past 3 hours trying to understand the full story. And I've taken away 2 major points. The 2 items that you guys were discussing, which are the length and conditions of the contract, and more importantly, superintendent waivers. I implore you, please make these contracts lengthy and with good faith. I just graduated, so I do not have any personal stakes in this anymore. However, I have 2 younger siblings who I would love to go and receive the same education and opportunities that I had attending Thornton Academy. The rigor of coursework there is astounding. I was able to work my way up without feeling like I was being held back, as I was in earlier parts of my education in the Saco school system. No offense, sorry guys. The level of arts is amazing. Emma Campbell has founded a wonderful arts program at Thornton Academy. It's truly unlike any other in the state. Many of my friends within the program tell me it is one of their major motivations to come to school every single day. So please, look into the things that make Thornton Academy unique and understand why we require the stability that we are asking in this contract. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Gallant, and I live on Fides Drive. I did not prepare anything, so sorry if I stumble, but I actually just wanted to say that it's pretty impressive that all the students, or a good amount of students at Thornton Academy, have come here and taken the brave step that it does take to stand up here and voice their stories, their opinions, and their concerns, along with the other members of the City of Saco and the the staff as well. But I did just want to say that I find it very unimpressive of the fact that all of us are here as a team and like trying to collaborate as a city and as a school. You know, I feel like the conversation has gone really well on both sides, and obviously not everybody is going to agree on every aspect, but I'm honestly very disappointed in Superintendent Ray because everybody's been getting up here and saying everything. Every single one of you is paying attention. Every single one of you is giving everybody with respect up here and listening to what you're saying. I'm sorry, but I don't mean to be rude and disrespectful, but I don't know what you're writing. I don't know who you're typing to or if you're writing everything that people are writing, but I, as a person, feel like it's extremely rude, and I feel like you're not listening to what anybody's saying. I just do. I feel like you're listening, and whether you believe in my story, my opinion, I'm a graduate of Thornton Academy. I'm a graduate of the Voc program with a degree from there. I have students, and my children go to Saco. I am an outgoing PTO president. I don't know everything about this. This is why I came to get educated, and I feel like I've learned a lot tonight, so I really do thank you for all of your opinions and everybody's questions and answers. I have really learned a lot, but I just am so disappointed. And I just needed to come up here and say that.
I understand that, but I also have.
I guess
No,
also, do they get questions? I don't know the rules, so I guess I shouldn't look at him and
want to
say
say
that.
that I'm communicating with my wife because Kennedy is in the emergency room right now, getting stitches. Okay. I got the pictures here.
So I do understand that. Like I said, I'm not trying to be. I do have children.
I'm just sitting here trying to do this thing both ways on this.
But also, there's another consideration. You know, you are the superintendent of multiple things. You have multiple schools. You have a job. You have a personal family. I have a family. I'm also running, you know, a little league and doing a million other things. Okay, at some point, you have to realize that you're spread too thin, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, you have to look at what's best for the city of Saco, the people who live here, and the students that want to go here and continue to go.
And that's exactly what the public comment is for. You do have a right. That is your opportunity to
Okay.
come in and express what you see, what you feel.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you. I thought that tonight went a lot better than I was expecting, and obviously there's a lot that goes around on social media, and you can't believe everything you read. And as a person who has a job and helping out with the school and children and doing everything else, it's very hard to read everything. So like I said, I just wanted to thank you for your time and doing this, and I'm sorry, and thank you.
Thank you.
Probably heard this before, but I swear I'll be brief. A friend of mine mentioned last night that I
Name and address for the record?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name's Alan Rivas. I'm a 41-year resident of Wildwood Drive in Ward 4. Friend of mine last night at the polls mentioned about I wanted to look at Facebook because of this hubbub about this particular issue. And because of my background, I thought I was compelled to say some comment here. From 97 to 2003, I was on the Board of Education, and 2 years of which I was the chair. At that time, we were a 5-member body. The chair wasn't the mayor. The mayor came on later. So I was 6 years on there. All 6 years I was on the negotiations committee. I also served 2 years as president of Thornton Academy Athletic Boosters. If I recall, I think we paid for a good portion of the scoreboard that presently exists up there. So I can see the benefit on both sides of the argument here. But one of my issues has always been that Thornton Academy has always been the biggest rock in the bucket. And they always say when you want to fill up a bucket with rocks and pebbles and sand, you start with the biggest pieces and put the other ones in as it fits. Thornton has always been an obligation we had to meet and pay for. And the K-8 system was funded with everything else that was left in the budget. If we had an issue, it came out of K-8. It didn't come out of Thornton. Now, it's not to say that we didn't get a good quality product out of Thornton. We have amazing administrators, talented educators, athletics. I thought when I pulled in, this is a Coach Kiesel pep rally when I saw the maroon in here, but I realized what's going on. It's a great product, but when we pay that first, we have to deal with what's left. And I guess the only thing I want to say, as I'm trying to be brief, is both sides have some sin on this issue. To Thornton, I would say, you want a long-term contract, I think your hands have to be clean. You have to be open, you have to be transparent. I would also ask if they would consider having a member of the Board of Education be a non-voting member of the Board of Trustees, be a communication liaison to the board for what goes on. I would also ask, since Harvard can disclose what the endowment is, why can't Thornton? We have a beautiful centerpiece there on campus that the whole community is proud of. And I'm glad to see exist. But again, communication is key. And for the board, I know you want to get this contract locked up and put away and move on to other things. but it's time to start thinking about your next contract. Whatever you didn't accomplish in this one, start working towards the next one. We're all in the same community, we're all proud of Thornton, and to the parents that might be concerned, you're not gonna see Renee's house boarded up anytime soon. The campus is not going anywhere. We'll work through this, and we will achieve it. So keep at it, keep your chin up, you'll get it done.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Scontris. I was in bed, and I have been for the past week and a half, but when I heard Jill Blake speak, I had to come over. It seems to me like this has gone on long enough, and it's on two sticking points that really shouldn't be sticking points. You said, Jeremy, 3 years, they're saying 5 years. Ask any business person on Main Street if they can tie in their costs and expenses for 5 years, would they do it in these economic times? The answer would be a resounding yes. Why that hasn't happened or why there's doubt on that, I can't understand. As far as, well, something may come up educationally. Things are changing all the time. That's a hypothetical in the air. There's something that you referred to in New Hampshire that may or may not affect us. All these variables that are out there are holding this up. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense as a business person nor logically. As far as superintendent agreements, look, there have been arguments. I'm going to be 80 years old on my next birthday, so I've seen a lot of this stuff over the years. And there have been arguments and jealousies and everything else about Thornton Academy and how they run their system. But they've run their system pretty gosh darn well. They did well for me, my wife, my son, my daughter, my parents. And I just don't understand. I think there's this innate reluctance to agree with them because they're private. We don't have much of a say as to what they do with their money or their policies or their practices. You know, Eric Purvis, I was watching in bed tonight, and he said that the information on test scores and attendance and all that other stuff has been out there for years. It's visible, it's available easily. Is that correct? Then what's the problem? You want more accountability? You have accountability. Dig in and find it, and if you need more, ask. And if they don't give it to you, bring it to us. People will be back here again complaining and pointing out where this should go. You know, the people don't want this. The community doesn't want this. It's not good for the kids. When the kids have to come here and see this on two sticking points like that aren't really sticking points. 5 years, tie in your cost, and then something hypothetical, and get this superintendent agreement straightened out. They have a right to have a say. They have input on that student. They have a right to have something to say. I just don't understand this. The other thing is this 200-year thing. I know you're not going to like this.
We did make a very strict rule for the 3 minutes so that everyone has
And
an
I'm done.
opportunity.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Wow, this is loud. My name is Paul Sandamore, once again, and I'm a lifelong resident of Saco and graduate of Thornton Academy. I also want to start by saying that, Mr. Scontris, if I have any orange words in here, I am very sorry. And the detention you gave me in 7th grade was one of my last 10 detentions I ever received, I promise. But thank you for making an impact on me.
As most people in this room.
Yeah. So, class of 2010, I live at 21 Tabby Way here in Saco, and I'm here to strongly encourage the Saco School Board to come to an agreement that allows all Saco students to attend Thornton Academy in perpetuity, just as they have for over 200 years. It's almost as old as our country. 200 years. It's a long time, and I'm really proud of that. I think back now to my high school years and a chant that the Biddeford High School fans used to lob at us as we played basketball. Saco High School, to poke fun at us and the semi-private nature of TA, and to point out in some way that we were the elites and they were the everyman or the tough guy. Not quite sure what they said it for, but it was pretty funny. In the end, we would usually laugh it off at the lunch table the next day and say, yeah, we are Saco's High School, right? It's a fact. We just have a different name. Now, TA certainly developed, grown, and expanded since I graduated. They take in folks from Maine and across the globe. They privately fundraise for projects and initiatives, and they're held to some different standards by the state of Maine. All that aside, TA still serves Saco first. They host voting for our community annually, where they approved your school budget last night. They host countless events for local youth sports groups, businesses, and community organizations. The ones I'm most proud of are Mary's Walk and seeing my girls dance on the stage as a part of Steppin' Out Dance Center. Sorry. TA is Saco, and Saco is TA. They've grown together and should continue to do so. Recently, my wife and I moved back and built a brand new home in Saco, and as we got to know the 22 homeowners in the neighborhood, I count 19 that mentioned Thornton as a major piece in their calculus. The other 3 are retired or have no children. So that's 100% as far as I'm concerned. They see Thornton as the terminus of Saco schools, and rightfully so. I bleed maroon and gold, and I want to see my daughters and their friends graduate from Thornton Academy, not Biddeford High School or Old Orchard High School. I want them to have access to 40 advanced placement classes, and if it takes this long, I want my girls to win the first gold ball for the basketball team in girls basketball. This negotiation feels personal to me, and I hope you guys can get beyond it. I'd like to see you wrap it up tomorrow or by Friday so that we can rest easy over the weekend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other Saco residents who wish to step forward and speak? Okay, if there are any non-Saco residents?
Good evening. My name is Kaylee Corvo. I reside on Runnels Brook Drive in Dayton, Maine. As someone who is a proud TA alumni who graduated just 1 year ago, and I've recently gone back as a sub at Thornton Academy Middle School after finishing my first year at college at Riviera University, I would like to say I am a Dayton student who, yes, had the choice of where I wanted to attend, but that is only because I did not have a high school in the town I grew up or lived in. My mom used to drive by Thornton Academy long before I was a thought and said, I wonder what it would be like to send my children there one day. My parents moved us to Maine in 2019 from Massachusetts just for Thornton Academy. Thornton Academy was gracious enough to open their arms to Arundel and Dayton students to be a part of what is the heart of Saco, which is Thornton Academy, and be who they are and become who they want to be, which is the motto that every student and staff member lives by. I would also like to say, as a proud member of the Thornton Academy Girls Soccer and Thornton Academy Student Council, serving as president of the class of 2025, most of our programs are made from Saco students. In Student Council, every student gives back each and every day to the Saco community. As someone who has chosen TA again and again, I will stand here and choose this school for the rest of my life, with the hope to send my future children here. Without the fellow Saco students who became some of my lifelong friends, I would not have experienced the true Thornton Academy that is the heart of this town. I know no matter what, I will always have the support of Thornton Academy behind me, and everywhere I go in my life, as they have been behind me through all the thick and thin I personally experienced through my high school career. I want to end with one last statement. Protect the culture that is this town and appreciate what they do on their own. Thank you all for being here tonight and listening to all of us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Gallo, and I'm a resident of Lyman. I come to you as an advocate for all students, a mother, a staff member, and a lifelong Mainer. I believe in this, we all share the notion that Maine is a special place, a place built off a community, whether it's a community of industry, agriculture, factories, or vast lands of beautiful silence. The community has a shared goal, and the local school districts are built on those goals. Growing up in a time where information was not as freely spread on the internet, all we had to go off of was a sense of community. After having teachers in high school that were the reason I conquered my hardship, I vowed to live a life as an advocate and to give voices to those who are not able to do so themselves. This is my third year at TA, and after a decade in a neighboring district, when I came to TA, I taught both fundamental math skills and higher level math skills. And by the end of my year one, my last block, I had 8 different first languages, none of them being boarding students, and 75% of my students had IEPs. But I helped those students learn in all ways, because that's my job. To have it said that TA caters to the rich is not only insulting to the countless hours of every staff member puts into TA, but it's fear-mongering. It's an easy thing to say to get people on your side and to fire them up. Pair that with gilded words of choice when that's not what we're discussing. In one email, you dangled hopeful words paired with people's fears to get them here. Now you say that wasn't the goal and not what you want. But you got us here. If I did that in my classroom, I would be a disgrace to the profession that I've built my life on. And I would hope that you would think that as well. Coming to TA, it was clear how embedded they are in the community. I never knew how deep until stepping onto the campus. It was immediate. I do not live in Saco, but I spend much of my time on campus, in the community, on the fields, and working with kids because that's what matters. It teaches students to be involved, and it is clear that TA is unique. And I can't help but think that that is opportunistic in all of this. Yes, Mr. Ray, you've done great things at a state level, but in a state where community is the backbone, are you willing to have no contract and pioneer the idea of school choice despite the community voice? These decisions will snowball, and maybe that's your agenda, but breaking up communities and spreading misinformation to fill a room or an agenda is wrong. This is a dangerous game, a game in which the children are the pieces instead of the trophies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay, if you are going to speak on a separate issue, you would be allowed to speak twice.
I'm going to address Carol Taranko's comments that she made about my statements, if that's okay.
I'm sorry? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Carrie Woodcock, 14 Blake Ave. I would just like to say that in response to my question earlier tonight, Headmaster Menard addressed my question and said that TA had a separate evaluation team. That's where that information came from. If TA welcomes all students, including incoming 8th graders with behavioral needs, then TA should not have an issue with the DOE master agreement and signing that. If TA does not want to sign the master agreement that the DOE has put out, then they should accept the language that the negotiating team has put in the contract to accept all students, including 8th graders with behavioral needs, and not strike that language out from every contract that has been proposed to them. It has come back to us with the word all struck out multiple times. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to step up and speak? Evening.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Pennell. I live on Bradley Street in Ward 5. I just want to say thank you to you guys for taking the time to do this and being here for us and hearing us. I do not envy sitting on your side of the podiums over there. That said, I know I'll be a bit of a contrarian in this situation, but as a resident of the city of Saco, I do not appreciate the way that Thornton Academy went about soliciting this evening here tonight. It is frankly somewhat embarrassing. They seem to have called fire, and there was no fire. It has been very clear that the narrative here is the city wants to maintain a relationship with Thornton Academy as its primary school and send its residents there. That said, as everyone here has made quite clear tonight, Thornton Academy represents this city, and it is not only a tremendous value, it is also part of our heritage. I was the constituent that asked Mr. Archer to ask why it is such an important point that we have a 3-year contract with a 2-year option, as opposed to just giving the 5-year. That wasn't made very clear, and I don't appreciate that on the school board's agenda, that wasn't made clear in leading up to tonight. So thank you very much for my time. Appreciate all that you guys do, but let's get this done.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I want to thank the school board for all your hard work that you guys have put in during the negotiations. I too was a school board member back in the early 90s. I
Sorry,
know
could
how
you state your name
difficult
and
it
address
is.
for the record?
Todd Davis, Edgewater Lane, and Saco. I know where you're at. I've been there. It was probably the last 5-year contract that Thornton did before the school unit, RSU 23. It's always been a 5-year contract as long as I can remember. I understand people's feelings of having, being surprised that Rainey put this out there like that. I was too, because I know that's not the typical way Thornton Academy approaches negotiations. So when I saw this yesterday, I realized for them to go to that measure, it meant it was serious. And, there's a lot of ambiguity that's going on around here. I've heard several times today about school choice. School choice is usually when there's people who are being penalized by their education because of their zip code. We hear that nationally all the time. That's not the case in Saco. We have a great education system in Saco. I'm a father of 2 educators, one at TAMS, one over in the Saco Middle School, and they do a fantastic job. I really commend people who want to go into education. But it's a little disheartening to hear someone state that Thornton Academy is only there for the rich. I can tell you firsthand, it's not. I was not rich. I grew up downtown Saco, all right? I didn't have much money for anybody to speak of, all right? But when I got to Thornton Academy, it was everything I needed. It provided me with an education that provided me with a future. Without that future, I wouldn't be the person I am here today. The community I experienced at Thornton Academy, I had very good teachers, Mr. DeBias, Mr. Morrison, too many to mention all of them, but I can remember them all vividly because that's what they meant to me. I know the board of directors. I knew the board of trustees at Thornton Academy because most of them are friends of mine. Full disclosure, I was the alumni president, all right? I was also, as Alan was, the president of the Boosters Club. They do a lot of great things for Thornton, all right? I don't agree that there should be somebody on the board of trustees from the school board. That would be a conflict of interest. They would have privy to information that would not benefit honest negotiations. I implore you all, if all it is the superintendent's agreement, you can get that language straightened out. Thornton Academy should have a say. And also, 5-year contract, I would welcome a 5-year contract. You know those fixed costs. When we negotiated the 5-year contract, it wasn't about whether it's 5 years, it was about the increases year over year, all right? And we came to an agreement on that because Thornton Academy knows what's in the best interest. They're looking out for the best interests of all students. And I can tell you right now, when they made the decision to hire Rainey Menard, a resident of Saco, born and raised here, that was the best decision I felt Thornton Academy made. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to step forward and speak? Nobody? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I do appreciate everyone coming out. I'm actually going to say I'm sorry for if we came across, or if I came across a little strong in the beginning. It is important to try to keep a balance with everyone, this many people in the room. And again, I am, from my heart, I am truly appreciative of all community members, whichever side you are on. I am a proud '89 graduate, actually graduated a year behind Rennie, knew each other in school. I am also an elected official. I work for my taxpayers, but I also work for my community. So again, I do apologize if maybe coming off a little strong in the beginning. It was just so that everybody, we could try to keep some balance and try to keep some organization to the meeting. So, but again, from the bottom of my heart, I do appreciate all of the work that the school board members, Superintendent Ray, Headmaster Menard, President Purvis, and especially all of the students who, a lot of them have to step out of their comfort zone to stand up and speak, and they all did an amazing job. So, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can I
Yes,
can I
please.
comment? I just want to say for the record that I listened very intently to each speaker, and I do see an apology letter in my future. So thank you.
School Board Roach?
Are we allowed to patent this? Can we do that? Is TA going to want this or us? I don't know. There you go.
I was gonna, doesn't that start in the elementary
But it was
schools?
doing
I
different
remember my
things, though.
mother when she was the librarian at Fairfield. No, that was the clap. She had that was what they used to do to quiet everybody down, was a double clap, but.
All right, I'm putting it in there.
All right, thank you very much. Superintendent Ray, based on the time, do we want to continue the meeting, or would you like to take to vote and move some items forward to our next meeting?
I think your policy stops at 11:30?
Is it 11:30?
10:30, oh, so.
I think
we
it's-
got an hour.
Council's 10.
May I just comment?
Yes.
I think the policy says that we don't take on any new business after 10:30. So,
Could, one item, though, I think
We may be able to get through the agenda, but if you want to maybe postpone the executive session?
I think we can postpone a lot of it. I'd like to do the hiring. Because you have people who may be looking for contracts.
How do we go about doing that? Do we just skip it and finish that part since we are past our time?
Make a motion to,
Okay.
make
Yep.
a motion to adjust the agenda.
Madam Mayor?
To take that piece.
Yes, School Board Member Truman.
I am not the superintendent. I move that we move up item 12, new business, specifically new business for new hires.
Item 12, A and B? No motion, yeah, there's no motion on
A
B.
and B, yes, I would like to move those up. And can we just do all of them? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that for now.
Okay. So there is a motion to move item 12, item A and B.
second.
Oh,
Second, yep.
that's B.
Second by motion by School Board Member Truman, second by School Board Member Warnoff. Roll call vote, School Board Member Warnoff.
Yes.
School Board Member Preble.
Yes.
School Board Member Richards.
Yes.
School Board Member Roach.
Yes.
School Board Member Kidder.
Yes.
School Board Member Truman.
Yes.
And School Board Member Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Can I ask a question real quick before we go too far? Yeah. You guys have been sitting here. Do you want to do your presentations, or do you want? Look, she's like, absolutely not. Okay. I just don't want to. I don't want to disrespect your time, and you've made these presentations, and I want to make sure that you're heard too. Okay.
All right. Okay, so item 12 is now item 7, and that is new business. Item A is the new hires. Is there a motion for the packet in your, for the memo in your packet?
Madam Mayor,
School Board Member Truman.
I move we approve the nominations of Alana, Shavari, thank you. I hate this. Fairfield kindergarten teacher, Amanda Johns, Fairfield kindergarten teacher, Isaiah Roddy, SMS 6th grade ELA teacher, Mackenzie Messina, CKB 4th grade teacher, and Jeremy Lynch, CKB Paths social worker, and issue a contract for the 2026-27 school year.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made by School Board Member Truman, second by School Board Member Preble. Any discussion or comment on the item?
I just want to apologize for butchering anybody's names.
I've been doing it all night.
I feel for you, especially on the prior.
All right, roll call vote. School Board Member Warnoff.
Yes.
School Board Member Preble.
Yes.
School Board Member Richards.
Yes.
School Board Member Roach.
Yes.
School Board Member Kidder.
Yes.
School Board Member Truman.
Yes.
School Board Member Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, and item B is resignations. There is no motion tonight, but there is a memo in your packet with the list of approved resignations. Okay. Based on that, we are,
Just one quick thing.
yes, School Board Member Roach.
So thinking optimistically, if there's a contract on any agenda on our next meeting in 2 weeks, I am not going to be here. So I want to make a formal, statement that my Ward 4 residents, I'll try to get as much contact, but I'm actually at a school board conference in South Carolina. I did choose to go there, so.
We may also just want to have like a special meeting.
Maybe a special meeting? Okay. But at that week, I'm going to be gone, so, but thank you.
Okay, so moving on, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by School Board Member Truman, second by School Board Member Preble. Roll call vote. School Board Member Warnoff.
Yes?
School Board Member Preble.
Yes.
School Board Member Richards.
Yes.
School Board Member Roach.
Standing on the moon, yes.
School Board Member Kidder.
Always impossible to follow, yes.
School Board Member Truman.
I'm not singing, yes.
What was it?
I said yes. I said I'm not singing, and yes.
Oh, I thought you said you're not saying yes. Thank you. School Board Member Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to adjourn at 10:59. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great evening.